Remember that all good things come from you. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Home Free Vocal Band.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ran glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
I am truly very excited about this one this afternoon. So, final thoughts from my two friends in the Quicken Loans ESPN.
I tell you, I'll be looking at Regan Smith. I wonder how long it's going to take for him to really settle in, replacing Tony Stewart in that 14 car. And what about Dale Earnhardt Jr.? 3 wins. He's got the best car he's ever had here at the Glen. Can he keep the momentum going?
A lot of excitement today, but I am watching my man, Clint Boyer, the wow man, the wheel man, start 24th.
I thought that was
from
you.
the back.
And I think we could list
Let's
through all
get 'em.
43 drivers, Alan, DJ, and Andy, because the storylines just keep on coming.
It could be a very interesting day here at Watkins Glen, Nicole. Thanks. And as we got ready to come up here to upstate New York, my Hall of Fame partner here, who's not prone to overstatement, said this could be the wildest and most fun NASCAR road race ever.
Well, I try not to overstate it anyway, and I don't think that I have. And now I base that on the level of competition that we've seen in this Sprint Cup Series this year and over the years here at this racetrack, and then the level of talent that we have. So many good road racers. But we've also talked about the speed that they're carrying around here, and when things happen, it's in a big, big way around this track.
And we've seen probably some of the best finishes I've ever seen at this racetrack. In 2012, the last lap of that race was probably the best final lap I've ever seen. And sometimes the tempers get a little bit out of control.
That 2012 race, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, Marcos Ambrose, the lead changed 3 times in a lap. We didn't know there was some oil on the track. This is last year. Kyle Busch muscling Martin Truex aside to get to the front to score the victory. We are looking for another fantastic race and a fantastic finish here at the Glen today. The best car and the best driver cannot win this race if the crew chief gets the strategy wrong.
Well, that's the thing about it. This is one of those racetracks that the windows for pitting for fuel are really, really tight. You only want to make 2 pit stops, and most teams I talk to, that's what they're going to do today. They're just going to try to make those 2 stops, but it's not easy to get there. 30 laps is a stretch. We're going to see some teams that'll try to stretch that, even at that last pit stop to 31, 32. But Marcus Ambrose had the dominant car last year. He missed that strategy by 1 lap. Everybody pitted under green. A lap later, the caution came out. He had to restart the race from 14th, and then a final restart here. He started in 9th. He got trying to race by these cars. He could have dominated the race and controlled the race had he made his pit stop at the right time, but he was hustling the car, got in trouble, and you can see what happened from there.
Yeah, he was dominant. He had 51 of the first 61 laps in doing that. But you've got to be there at the end. Get yourself in that position. No mistakes.
Ambrose on the outside of the front row alongside Jeff Gordon for this one, getting buckled in. The command to start engines from Watkins Glen is coming up next.
NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Watkins Glen is brought to you by 5-Hour Energy. Focus is the feeling of clarity and alertness. It's the feeling you get from 5-Hour Energy. AutoZone. Get Duralast Proven Tough. Available only at AutoZone. And the all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado.
the beautiful countryside in the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York, where Watkins Glen International is located, the challenging road course where they've been having these modern era NASCAR Sprint Cup Series races since 1986. Today, the 32nd time the Sprint Cup Series will race here at the Glen. The field of 43 lined up along the pit road on a beautiful August day, 79 degrees and sunshine, and time to get the race going.
Race fans, it is time for those most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome today's Grand Marshals, Tops Friendly Markets category managers Keith McFadden, Paul Clough, and Charlene Cravens.
Start your engines!
Ready to race. The same distance they've been running since racing returned here in 1986 for NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. 90 laps the distance today. Will it be car 9 at the head of the field at the end of the day? Marcos Ambrose is our ESPN in-race reporter. We'll talk to him on the pace laps next, see if he can win and get in to the chase.
The race to the chase is picking up speed.
Squad, have fun this weekend, guys. Slide back in your seat. Double check your steering wheel. All right, bud, you know what we gotta do here. Fire it up.
Only 5 weeks to snatch up an invitation to the postseason, and the road to get there is wide. This is the historic, heart-pounding, heart-breaking road course of Watkins Glen.
This is a violent crash.
A place that defies the NASCAR norm and requires a special kind of chase hopeful to defeat it. Someone like, say, Marcos Ambrose. Not your typical stock car southerner, but he's the typical around these rolling hills.
Marcos Ambrose, for the second year in a row, will win. Woo! Yeah, baby!
Today's field is packed with road course warriors and championship contenders. Consider them the roadblock for guys still on the chase curve. Because Watkins Glen is a race of desperation set on a stage of disproportion. This is one of 5 races remaining. The elimination is coming. The chase for the Sprint Cup.
For the championship, guys, come on.
Huge day for some drivers in their attempt to make the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. 5 races to go and a road course race. The best chance for some to get that precious win to get in. Field of cars rolling to the pit lane here at Watkins Glen, out onto this 2.45-mile course. 3 parade and pace laps before the green flag and the start of today's race. As the pack forms up, let's check in on some of those drivers that today might be a really critical day for. We begin with Vince Welch.
Alan, as you know, this is a place where your race can go bad in a hurry. And if you're on the borderline for making the chase, you can ill afford any misfortune. That's the situation facing rookie Kyle Larson, currently 15th on the 16-driver chase grid. Now, Larson has never run a Cup race here. I talked to him just before he got in the car. He said, I'm learning on the fly. I've got to avoid contact on the track and mistakes in the pits. The goal today, finish every lap and just get a solid result. That's the goal for the 42. Doc Punch?
Folks, if you're looking for the ultimate underdog here today, someone who does have a legitimate shot of pulling off the upset, you may look at A.J. Allmendinger. Folks, Allmendinger's road course resume is impressive. He has won in Champ Car Open Wheel. He's won in the NASCAR Nationwide Series, and he's also won in the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Now, back in January, he hooked up with a small single-car, family-owned JTG Doherty race team, and in June led the most laps at the Sprint Cup race at Sonoma. That's when the seed was planted. Today, both he and his little team think they are ready. And with a little bit of luck, AJ, the underdog Allmendinger, might become a Sprint Cup winner here today. Here's Dave Burns.
6-time Sprint Cup champion Jimmy Johnson has not won at Watkins Glen, and it is on the bucket list, but he's had a horrible month. 3 crashes and 3 really bad finishes. On the good side, he's got a teammate who's on a roll, Dale Earnhardt Jr. winning last week, and then this weekend with a great qualifying setup that Jimmy used to parlay to a 3rd place starting spot. It could lead to his first win at Watkins Glen, and he'll have the organization to help thank for it. Alan?
All right, Dave, thanks. As the field gets ready for the Cheez-It 355 at the Glen, remind you to check out NASCAR.com/RaceBuddy for enhanced race action today, live from here at Watkins Glen International. Look at the sunshine gleaming off the windshields and paint jobs of those cars. What a great weekend it's been for weather. And expecting a great race all the way through, our ESPN in-race reporter in that beautiful yellow and black Stanley machine on the front row, Marcos Ambrose. Let's see if we can reach him.
Hey, Marcus, Dale Jarrett at the ESPN. You have a copy?
10-4, Dale, I got you.
Hey, Marcus, another shot in the arm, a little confidence booster again yesterday in the Nationwide race, getting another victory at this racetrack, adding to your outstanding record already. But we know that this year, a victory means something even more with the possibility of a birth chase, and you and your team facing these odds. It leads me to my mailbag question. It comes from Richard in Knoxville, Iowa. Can you put into words the pressure of this race on you and your race team?
There certainly is a lot of pressure today. We've got a really good chance to make the chase if we have a day that we all hope for, but no more pressure than I can put on myself anyway. So it doesn't matter really what I'm racing for. I race for pride. I race for my team, the King, a sponsor Stanley and Ford Racing. So we've got a lot of benefits if we do win today, but that's not really the motivator to win. We're not thinking about the chase. We're just thinking about winning this race.
Marcus, know the speeds are up here at this place. Did anything you learned yesterday is going to help you in today's race?
Maybe a little bit with tyre wear and things like that. But these Cup cars are just animals around this track. They've got a lot more horsepower than a Nationwide car. And they really are, you burn up the brakes, you burn up the tyres, you burn out yourself. It's just, it's going to be a long day. It's going to stay aggressive all day and see what shakes out.
All right, Marcus, thanks for talking with us. Hey, you have a great day out there. We'll look forward to talking with you later on. Now, Andy's going to talk to your crew chief, Drew Blickensturfer.
Hey, Drew, Andy Petrie in the booth. You have us?
Andy, I got you.
Hey, Drew, you got a fast car. You got a lot on the line. How much pressure do you feel to get this strategy right, and how critical is it for you and your team today?
It's important. It's important. I think your strategy's pretty much set, coming into the event. And then you might just change depending on how fast your race car is. If you don't have a chance to win, you might change your strategy a little bit to give yourself that chance. But I think there's probably 30 cars here on the same strategy, and probably the top 15 are on the same strategy. So hopefully our cars are better than all theirs, and with the same strategy, we can beat them.
Okay, well, I hope it works out great for you, Drew. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck today.
Thank you, Andy.
Marcus Ambrose, crew chief Drew Blickensderfer getting ready to go today here at Watkins Glen from the front row. Marcus carrying our Goodyear onboard camera today. There's the King on the 9 pit box today. Getting ready to see his driver. Some great views with our onboard cameras today, too. We get to watch one of the best at work.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt he's the premier road racer of this bunch, but he's got a lot of competition.
Danica Patrick is carrying our GoDaddy on board today, driving a backup car after a crash here on Friday. Regan Smith will drop to the back of the line, subbing for Tony Stewart. Regan carrying an onboard for us in the 14 car. Clint Boyer's got the 5-hour energy camera. Pole sitter Jeff Gordon has the Chevy on board. Kyle Larson's got the Kellogg's camera. Eric Almirola has the Ham Cam, the Smithfield Ham Cam. I like that. And AJ Allmendinger's got the Scott Products onboard camera in the field. Still got another lap to go before the green flag, so we'll take a break, come back for the start at Watkins Glen, where we expect a great afternoon of competition. Getting ready for the start here at Watkins Glen International. Field behind the pace car, coming through turn 5. 2 more turns to go, and then they'll cut them loose for 90 laps here on this road course that measures just less than 2.5 miles. If you want to find a group to pick your winner from, look in the top 5 starters. The last 4 winners here have started in the top 5, and the top 5 qualifiers here have got 14 wins on road courses in Sprint Cup competition.
Definitely some talent up front today.
They know how to get it done. We talk about this being a short race, 90. I promise you, as a driver, it's a long day out there with all the work that you're having to do, especially with the level of competition they face.
I can tell you it is for the cars, too. This place is really tough on everything. It's about as long as you want.
From the start-finish line to turn 1 is a 35-foot elevation drop. You're going downhill when you brake and turn right into that corner. Always one of the action spots here at the Glen. Certainly something worth keeping an eye on as they go green. Pace cars headed off. Here comes the field. Enjoy the start today from Watkins Glen. Jeff Gordon, Marcos Ambrose went side by side into turn 1. Looked like Gordon used up a lot of racetrack to get the lead and force Ambrose in behind him.
Yeah, Ambrose had ideas that he was going to take the lead down there, but Jeff Gordon had other ideas.
Allmendinger, you ride with him, working on Kurt Busch to try and pick up 5th place.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting watching A.J. Allmendinger here today. He has a fast race car, was up here testing. He's very talented on these road courses. Can he have the patience and show that all day long to keep this car in contention?
Got Dale Earnhardt Jr. right behind him and popping out for a look, entering the S's.
A lot of give and take through this part of the racetrack. Things can go terribly wrong up through here. Nowhere that you can really avoid something once it happens.
Yes, a lot of those highlights we showed of those really nasty accidents happen in that part of the racetrack. It's so fast, and there's no place to go. Guardrails on both sides. Kurt Busch around Kevin Harvick for a spot. Harvick looks like he's struggling. Here comes Allmendinger to his inside.
And open up the door, looks like for Dale Earnhardt Jr. as well.
Yeah, once you lose that momentum and with the competition right there, bumper to bumper, you can lose 2, 3, 5 spots in a hurry.
Matt Kenseth with a peek to the inside of Harvick.
Struggling. The guys like to gang up on you, don't they?
Yes, they do. Take advantage of every situation they possibly can because it's so difficult to pass here.
Doc's covering the 4 today.
Kevin Harvick just radioed that they have an issue in the car. He looked down and a bean bag came out from under the seat and is down in the floorboard where his feet are near the pedals. They put a bean bag in the seat as a mock weight for ballast when the car goes through inspection to make up for the driver's weight not in the car. They must have left a bean bag under the seat. It's rolled down on the floorboard, and now Harvick is having to dodge that with his feet to be able to use the clutch, brake, and throttle.
Well, I want to clarify this a little bit. I don't think
I'm pitting this time. You're going to have to get in the car. There's 2 of them.
Yeah, I don't think they do that for inspection. They do that for their pre-race setup when they do the scaling and all that in the garage area.
You ready for gas here?
To simulate driver weight.
No tires.
They go through tech without the driver in them.
Well, I've got to say, that's one of the more bizarre things I've heard.
It's all about details. That's one big detail that got overlooked. And
Kenseth to Harvick's inside as he's slowing, trying to get to the pit lane.
Can't go, stay out. Here he comes. Get your speed.
Somehow he got the thing to pit road.
Boy, I don't know how he did that. Great job there.
That's just something you cannot deal with at this track, at any of them really, but when you're shifting, you got all 3 pedals going on. Have to get that debris out of there.
Justin Allgaier followed Harvick down the pit lane. Might be an early strategy move here for the 51 team. guess the good news for Harvick is that you won't lose a lap with this green flag pit stop. He was close enough to the leader when he stopped. But there's Kevin exiting the pit lane. Here's Jeff Gordon coming to turn 6.
Yeah, but it's definitely going to impact what they do from here. It's not where they really want to be.
Dale Jr. with a look inside of Kurt Busch. As Allmendinger's gotten by the 41, Jr. goes past him also. So Allmendinger up to 4th, Earnhardt Jr. to 5th, and Kurt Busch back to 6th place. Well, the first bizarre moment of the day here at Watkins Glen. Kevin Harvick, who a couple of people in the garage area told me this morning had some blistering lap times, really steady pace, has lost all of his track position because those ballast bags were left in the car when the race started. Just underway today here at Watkins Glen in the beautiful Finger Lakes region of New York. Next weekend's action moves a state or two over. The NASCAR Nationwide Series running in Ohio on the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Saturday, the Nationwide Children's Hospital 200 is on ESPN at 2:30 Eastern Time. Next Sunday's NASCAR Sprint Cup race on the big, fast 2-mile Michigan International Speedway. It's the Pure Michigan 400, noon Eastern next Sunday here on ESPN. What a great day for a sail. And a great day for a race. Just ticked 80 degrees here at Watkins Glen. The look from Seneca Lake up the hill to the racetrack, where a huge crowd has packed into this place today, and they're watching Jeff Gordon and Marcos Ambrose pull away from the pack in the early going. Gordon's led all the laps after starting on pole. Ambrose started second and has run second for all of the laps. See the scoring interval coming across the top of your screen while we were in the break. Not pictured here, Paul Menard was on pit road for a lengthy stop. He's just taken his car to the garage, so some problems of scale for Menard and the 2017. Jamie McMurray, Brian Newman, Joey Logano, 1:31 and 22 for 9th, 10th, and 11th. Brian Vickers and Kyle Busch right behind them. The last few years, the races here at Watkins Glen have come down to 3 drivers. Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, and Marcos Ambrose for the most part. Martin Truex in the mix last year also. For now, Kyle Busch has not shown that kind of pace so far this weekend. He's back in 13th place.
He hasn't shown the pace, but I'm looking at lap times, and I see Keselowski, he's in 7th, but running top 3 lap times just about consistently from the start. So I would not be surprised to see the 2 car at the front before the day's up.
Checking the 18 pit with Vince.
They've not been all that unhappy with their car throughout the course of the weekend. They were unhappy with their qualifying effort. They didn't get a very clean lap or laps and ended up qualifying and starting 19th. But Dave Rogers, the crew chief, said, I think we have a top 5 car today. Kyle doesn't feel it early on, though. He says it just doesn't want to turn anywhere. Oh. Caution on the track.
Cole Witt. Under the tire barrier, you see him moving around inside the car and dropping the window net.
Well, I think I saw briefly that car just take off through there. Happened so quick.
Yeah, we've seen drivers either lose their brakes or the throttle hang coming down here. We talk about how fast and difficult this is down in the turn one.
He was 19th at the time. Had a very solid qualifying effort here on Saturday, but great to see Cole unbuckle in the safety equipment after what was a very frightening crash.
See Cole Witt going into turn 1, locks up the front. See the front tires lock up briefly, but now you don't see any lock up.
Wow, and that whole tire barrier gives some ground.
Yes. Well, they did their job. The tires did the job.
Sure has the makings of some brake failure there after he got in.
Yeah, because you don't see the left side tires are not locked up, and this thing is going to the wall pretty quick. You'd think he would have the brakes about as hard as you could push them there. This track's really, hard on brakes, but it'll wear them out. They get hot. We've only been 10 laps. I wouldn't think that they had gotten to a point where they were, overused.
Now, you wouldn't think that, but in talking to these drivers with the extra speed that they've found at this racetrack, there's a lot of things that happen. Their braking zones are so much further down now. They're having to be harder on that. And so if it happens, you're further down, you're carrying that speed, and by doing that lap after lap, it could happen this early.
And again, we've talked about how fast this course is and how much you have to slow down, and you're going downhill there, and all the makings are there for something to be big when it does happen. I mentioned Paul Menard went to the garage a minute ago. Dave?
It was a braking issue, AB. He came down pit road. They worked on it a little bit and then said, we did find fluid on the ground after you left. They think it was from the master cylinder, so they've gone to work back in here to give him brakes. He couldn't tell if it was front or rear while he was on track, but definitely was having stoppage issues.
And through prior example, not a good thing to have a problem with here at the Glen.
Just wonder how that happens, but they go through all of these things after their qualifying session yesterday, but you go through practice and qualifying and everything seems to be okay, and then you get into the race and these things crop up.
Right, Andy, so strategy, you talked about how making 30 laps was going to be what everybody was going to try and do, but it was going to be tough. We see them all shutting it off under the caution here. Is this where some of the people take the opportunity to get on an alternate strategy?
Yeah, you'll see, especially people at the back. I talked to Kenny Francis, that's his team right there, Casey Kane's crew. I believe they'll make a pit stop here. I don't expect to see Marcus Ambrose and the 9 team and the guys up front make one right now, because they're going to use these cautions to help them get inside these windows. But if you're not one of these top cars, this is an opportunity for you to get in here, get some tires, and get some gas in it, and change your outlook from here on.
Maybe you can just do fuel only when you get to your window, or just fuel in right sides and try and gain some track position.
We're just a little outside of that, though, because they'll have to run about 20 laps to get to that, and they'll put a lot of laps on the tires and all that. So I think you'll see them, take tires here and probably take tires at the 30-lap mark, too.
Martin Truex in 17th place was the first one to come down the pit lane. And just about everyone behind him will come in. So a split strategy here at Watkins Glen under the first caution of the race. Scary crash for Cole Witt in turn 1, but he's climbed out of the car and walked away. They have hauled Cole Witt's car out from under the tire barrier down in turn 1. You see the damage to the front end of the machine as they now look to get it hooked up to a wrecker and hauled away. Other crews replacing the safety barriers in their proper positions. And the cleanup continues here at the Glen from this first caution and first incident on the day. Regan Smith subbing for Tony Stewart in the 14 car. Had to drop to the back end of the field. Is up to the 21st place now by not pitting on this caution. Of course, Stewart sitting out, choosing to sit out today's race, involved in an accident during a sprint car race last night at Canandaigua Speedway nearby the Watkins Glen area. in which a driver lost his life following an incident on the track. And we update this story because Tony Stewart has just released a statement commenting on the situation, and we show it to you here. Quoting Stewart here, "There aren't words to describe the sadness I feel about the accident that took the life of Kevin Ward Jr. It's a very emotional time for all involved, and it's the reason I've decided not to participate in today's race at Watkins Glen. My thoughts, prayers are with his family, friends, and everyone affected by this tragedy." A statement just released by Tony Stewart moments ago. They continue to clean up the accident scene down in Turn 1 here at Watkins Glen. We'll take a break, come back for the restart. Jeff Gordon has led all of the laps, but it's early still.
Watkins Glen, New York, NASCAR Sprint Cup Series action currently under yellow after 13 of 90 laps completed. Cole Witt involved in a one-car accident that brought out that yellow, and it was a frightening hit, Cole. Good to see that you're okay. What happened with the car? Any idea?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to, I guess, look at it, whatever's left of it. But it just seemed like something in the rear brakes faded, or just completely lost them going into one. It seemed like the front was trying to stop, but the rear wasn't at all, and the pedal was just going to the floor on the brakes. So it's not a whole lot you can do there. I was trying to get it turned, but there's no way I was going to be able to. Sucks for the guys, but I know we'll rebound. We had a good car, and I was excited about it. I guess here's you can see the right front was at least trying to stop some, but had no pedal, so. At least the last guy that did that went on to win 6 championships, so maybe we can do that.
Wish you the best of luck on that one. Cole Witt, glad to see he's okay, and he'll try it again next week.
Cole, of course, referencing the crash Jimmy Johnson had when turn 1 looked a little different. Had gravel and grass and great big foam blocks down there. Oh, and that the crash Jimmy had in a NASCAR Nationwide Series race here.
That was a throttle hanging there.
Yeah.
That's hard to look at every single time, boy. That is a hard wreck. I think he stood up on the roof because he was just glad to be glad he survived it.
Yeah, that he could. All right, coming to the restart. Interesting now on the initial start, Jeff Gordon and Marcus Ambrose through turn 1. Be interesting to see how they play this time.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting there on the front row and back through the pack, as now we have tires that have laps on them. The air pressures are built up. What's going to happen is they get down into turn 1 and then up through the S's to the inner loop.
Martin Truex first off pit road, lines up 23rd. Here we go.
Kyle Busch 3 wide there, trying to make up a little ground.
Yeah, I just love that shot. You can see just how busy they are on these restarts. Marcus jamming gears, brakes, looking in the mirror.
Jimmy Johnson lost a couple of spots in that exchange, down through turn 1 and up the S's. Allmendinger got by, Kurt Busch got by. Jimmy back to 5th.
And Allmendinger was turning some very good lap times, running 4th before that caution came out. We put a lot of the focus on Ambrose because of his success here as being able to get that spot in the chase. Allmendinger's in that same position, and he is very accomplished road racer.
Led the most laps in the season's other road course event at Sonoma in June.
Let's give Jeff Gordon a little bit of credit here, too. His restarts hadn't been that great, except for the one at Indianapolis, which paid off huge. They've been really good. His start and restart here has been really good.
All right, Andy, you like to see people at work?
Oh, yeah, watch this. You see a lot of different techniques. This is Allmendinger. Looks like he's just using his right and left foot, not even looking at the clutch. Just a little lift on the throttle for the gear change. So he has to blurp that throttle just a little bit for that downshift.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, and I always understood how you do this, but just testing that brake pedal a little bit, because at the end of that back straightaway, you want to make sure that pedal is there before you go into the inner loop.
Okay, just gives you a little security to feel that pedal. It's got a little firmness to it.
Had somebody call it a safety squeeze once.
Yes, good term.
Doc?
Yeah, AJ likes the car thus far, guys, but he said he's just a tick tight on entry in the right-handers, a little bit free off, but he's getting really, really tight in the carousel in the bus stop. He said when he leaves the bus stop, he said he's spinning the rear tires, and that concerns him a little bit, so they'll make an adjustment on the first stop, and they're thinking about maybe a 3-stop strategy. We'll keep you posted.
People on the bubble of being able to make it in 2 stops. That's Brad Keselowski, who has taken some damage on that 2 car after contact with Matt Kenseth.
Oh, that's a big hit right there.
I'm told from those that monitor our radios that Brad came on the radio and apologized to Matt over that contact. Here's Ambrose all over the back bumper of Gordon for a second.
Allmendinger all over his back bumper.
Yeah.
I think that section, that carousel section, is a weak point of the racetrack for Marcus Ambrose. Looks like he's able to close up on Gordon as they enter that inner loop, but as they come out of there, he loses some ground.
He's right up on Gordon's bumper, so maybe Jeff had a little trouble getting off the S's, which would steal a little momentum down the backstretch, but he was able to hold him off. Update on Ambrose from Dave.
And Andy, I'm not sure if this underscores his weak point right now for Marcus, but he doesn't like the way the car is handling. He says, I've got nothing to lean on. The front of the car is not working like he wants it to, as it had been in practice. So right now, that's his report. And again, that may be leading to why he's not quick in some parts of the track.
Yeah, and you just really don't want a tight race car here, because you have to use a little bit more brake to get the car turned. You start using the throttle to make it turn, and that actually will hurt the rear tires. So that's a problem they need to address and adjust for.
There's been a lot of on-track activity since they were actually in a practice mode and running laps. Yesterday they had qualifying, but there's been a nationwide race since then, and just a lot of activity on this track that will make your car feel like you've got something totally different than what you thought you had as you finished up on Friday.
And warmest day of the weekend yet, too. Kyle Larson missed the inner loop. He's got to come to a stop before he continues, which he's done. Had that problem while running in 23rd place. We'll see where he cycles back in, but it's going to be a lot lower than that. Larson, one of those drivers close to making the chase on points. Right in that danger range, and with as many cars as finish on the lead lap here at Watkins Glen in these races, this is a place where you can dump a lot of points to the competition really quickly. Let's see where Kyle scores out here. He went all the way back to 38th place. Top two, just as it was in qualifying, just as it's been in every lap of the race so far. Jeff Gordon, Marcus Ambrose here at Watkins Glen, just about a quarter of the way into the race. Back live at Watkins Glen, the lead duo, Jeff Gordon and Marcus Ambrose, coming up the hill to the S's. Out in front of third place Kurt Busch by about 3.3 seconds. That's Alex Bowman, turned around and turned back around.
Here, one more coming at you hard.
From 29th place, whoa.
So for shot turn 6, looked like.
Yeah, I would guess that probably your downshift there probably got a little wheel hop.
You'd be happy you got that one stopped without hitting anything, I would think. So we stay under the green flag. A.J. Allmendinger pitted and has resumed since we went to the break. So Allmendinger giving up third spot and is back all the way in 40th place. We update the biggest mover in the race, brought to you by the Sprint Unlimited Family Plan. Regan Smith starting in the back, subbing for Tony Stewart in the 14 car today by not pitting under the lap 9 caution when a lot of others in front of him did. He gained a lot of that ground, you see, up to 16th place. You can get unlimited data, talk, and text for as low as $45 per month with up to 7 people. Visit sprint.com/speed or a Sprint store today. Happy connecting. So Regan Smith just arriving at the racetrack at 11:55 Eastern Time. Getting about 10 minutes to get fitted into that 14 car before it was pushed to the line. And now out trying to find a way to gain all the ground that he can today here at Watkins Glen under very difficult circumstances. Kyle Busch and Carl Edwards have been going back and forth for this spot for about 3 or 4 laps. They're racing for 12th and 13th. At one point, Kyle was ahead of Carl, then Carl was ahead of Kyle, then Kyle was ahead of Carl. And now you see it's reversed again. Never let it be said that Kyle won't use every inch of available pavement to try and get it done.
And maybe so.
Yeah.
As long as the wheels will keep turning.
And here he is down the pit lane, under green at lap 23. Vince?
Well, a lot of issues for Kyle Busch. The window brace has broken, as you heard Kyle reference on the radio a short while ago. That's been one issue, but the major issue for him is the fact that the car just won't get turned through the corners the way he needs it. So they're going to make a chassis adjustment for fresh tires and hopefully get this thing to handle a little better for the 18. And the gas can is stuck to the car. So another issue.
Go get it. Go get that can. Go get it.
Of Kyle Busch.
And that'll result in him coming back down the pit lane.
Do a pass through.
For removing equipment from the pit box. Jeff Gordon coming off the final corner as Kyle's just leaving the pit lane. So he's going to be almost a lap down here, and then by the time he makes the pass-through penalty,
he'll for sure be a lap down after that. Looks like he might stay in front of the leaders here.
Stop and go when we come back.
All right, there you go. Going to begin to see a lot of people drifting onto the pit lane in these next 5 laps, Dave.
One crew told me this morning this was what their plan was about lap 25. Come in and change 4 tires at this point. The car loose in the right-handers, but not bad. Jamie not needing a big adjustment. You do see the wrench being used in the back window there.
So shy of the 30 lap mark, these guys making these pit stops, and Andy, these crew chiefs beginning to make a play to see if they can steal some track position.
Well, the numbers don't add up for him to be able to do it on 2 stops. So they're obviously going to make 3. And they're going to have some circumstances work out for him. It can work. If you've got a fast car, you can make 3 stops and win this thing. Marcus Ambrose has done it twice.
2 pistols saying I can top it off here. Just top it off.
That's Kyle Busch making his stop and go penalty. They're going to top it off while they're doing that. But we've seen this strategy work before, the 3-stop strategy. Marcus Ambrose pitted on 20, lap 46 and 59 in 2012 and won, so it can happen. But last year, he got called out on the strategy and actually lost the race. I really believe if you cannot do it on 2 stops, you're going to be at a disadvantage. You have to pass a lot of cars to do it. Doc?
Joey Logano in for his first stop, Andy. They're on a 2-stop strategy here, so getting pretty good fuel mileage. It'll be 4 tire change. It'll be very deliberate and get it completely full of Sunoco fuel. Remember, the cars aren't pitched down pit road. Well, you got to watch for the reflux of the fuel up in the vent tube as he's down and away. 15 seconds. Also, Clint Boyer in for his stop. First stop of the day for the former Sonoma winner a couple of years ago. Already changing tires on the inside. A little over 16 seconds for Boyer on his first of 2 stops.
All right, Doc, you're going to see Joey Logano come to pit road in front of you again because his pit crew went over the wall too soon. A penalty we saw in yesterday's NASCAR Nationwide Series race. You're only allowed to go over the wall when the car is 1 pit box away from your stall. And this ties back into the problem Kyle Busch had with the fueling and the crew going over the wall too soon. The pit crews are operating backwards here, and it throws everybody off just a little bit.
It is. It's one of those rhythm things, and you're not used to going across the wall that way. It tends to make you make mistakes. Vince?
The 2-car, Brad Keselowski's in. He said it's just been a little bit free. Got some pretty significant damage on the front of that car from that contact with Kenseth that you noted earlier. 4-tire change, filling it up with Sunoco fuel.
And just point out what Andy's talking about, Alan, you were talking about. You're not going to see these 12 and 13-second pit stops that we're used to seeing. 15 seconds is going to be about the best that we're going to see.
Again, because the cars are traveling in the opposite direction down the pit lane that they do on a normal oval track race. The crews are approaching the car from a different side. The fueling is on the opposite side of the car and at a different angle than it normally is for the gas man. It's a big challenge here at Watkins Glen.
See some smoke.
Doesn't look good there. He's been into something.
Yeah, front. That tire's
Look
going
at
to
the
blow
big
out.
screen.
That's what happens when you have issues, create problems.
You got a bunch of fender work.
Then that just makes you have more. This just multiplies.
Looked inside of Truex going into the inner loop there.
See, at that point, he doesn't have a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That might.
Now he does.
Now he's done it right.
Doc?
Kevin Harvick coming back in. He had driven the car back up to 11th place after making an unscheduled stop on lap 3 for the beanbag removal. Harvick likes the car. It's been a good car all weekend, just except for the incident early on. He's got a car that he thinks has a shot at a win here today.
Angle of that left front tire doesn't look terribly healthy to me.
He's got some definite body damage, maybe even some chassis damage. Dave?
Marcus Ambrose heard you when they were talking about the carousel, Andy. They're trying to fix that weak point. Sloppy is how he described the race car. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment for him, see if they can fix it right there. Jimmy Johnson on pit road as well right now. It'll be a 4-tire change for Johnson. His car was free in the right-hand turns. A clean stop for Jimmy.
Here comes the rush. Kurt Busch, Greg Biffle, Ryan Newman, Denny Hamlin, all on the pit lane, Doc.
Yep, Ryan Newman's crew pitted a Nationwide car yesterday. They were with the Chase Elliott car, so they had a little practice here. In fact, that was the crew went over the wall early yesterday. It cost Chase a lap and a pass through. They didn't do it this time. Right side tires going on. Gas man nodding it's full of fuel, and he is away. Austin Dillon in the 3-car. Here's a young man that's getting better and better on the road courses. Didn't qualify well because he overdrove the car, but has a good car today and slowly moving up toward the top 15.
That was Kyle Busch backing up on the pit lane and headed up to the garage to fix the damage on the 18 car. Here's the leader in, Jeff Gordon. 40-mile-an-hour pit road speed limit today and all the way down to the attention of his crew.
Got a long way to go at 40 miles an hour. Now, this is the most sloped part of pit road. Keep an eye on the gas man there on the right rear. And it's hard when the car gets jacked up on the right side to get the vent tube to fill because of the slope of the car. They're going to be very deliberate to make sure they get it full of fuel. There's the vent tube on top. And watch it reflux. He's down on the way. Great stop, 14.4. Vince.
The 20-car, Matt Kenseth came in, took on 4 tires and fuel, had a little bit of a hang-up on the right rear, but otherwise, pretty regular stop for the 20 Kenseth.
Here's the 14 car, the Tony Stewart car, Regan Smith driving, and what a nice job he has done. Remember, Regan had not even sat in the Sprint Cup car since last year in May at Dover. They made a chassis adjustment to help him tighten a little bit, entering the corner, 4 tires, and he's away.
Casey Mears also leaving the pit lane. Casey Kane, the new leader. Remember, Casey stopped under the yellow flag back at lap number 11. So he takes over the number 1 spot. Here comes Casey off of the final turn to log another lap. one of the pre-race favorites, Kyle Busch, back in the garage with damage. The most storied conference in college athletics has a new home as ESPN brings you the SEC Network, launching this Thursday. It'll feature over 1,000 exclusive live events, including 45 football games and 24/7 coverage of all 21 conference sports. Go to GetSECNetwork.com and let your TV provider know you don't want to miss out on the action. August 14th, the SEC Network kicks off. Here at Watkins Glen, got an alternate cycle of pit stops going on. Drivers who pitted under the only caution of the race back at lap number 11 will be coming to pit road shortly. Casey Kane, one of those. He cycled up to the race lead after starting back in 30th position, but Kane will be due for a pit stop fairly soon.
Is that soon enough for you?
Like now. Curious to see what they do here.
This was the only track on the circuit where Casey Kane had never led a lap. That has since changed. Casey said no changes at all. It's going to be 4 tires, fill it up with Sunoco fuel, and nothing changed on the car. He has not had a single complaint since the early pit stop. Likes what he got. He also never had a top 10 here, and he may get that today.
So by Kane pitting, that makes Marcos Ambrose the new leader of the race. He and Jeff Gordon pitted 1 lap apart. Gordon ahead of Ambrose before the pit stops. Now Ambrose ahead of Gordon by almost 2 seconds.
See, both the pit stops are fairly decent. Even Marcus Ambrose pit crew just a little bit slower, half a second. Looks like they're both pretty clean. There is that difference in that 1 lap that they pitted. There's a little bit of time there, maybe a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds, depending on the in and out laps. But Marcus Ambrose is able to take the lead now.
Yeah, you'd have to think that Jeff Gordon encountered some traffic or something on the track while Ambrose pitted, and that cost him a lot of time.
Gordon actually came out behind A.J. Allmendinger, passed him for position. Now working his way through Michael McDowell and David Gilliland, who are on that alternate pit stop schedule like Kane was, stopped at lap 11. Right now, Gilliland second, McDowell third, and Gordon, well, actually Gordon just passing McDowell, so Gordon third, and trying to catch Gilliland here for second place.
Gordon's lap times are the fastest on the racetrack, a little quicker than Ambrose.
You can see Kurt Busch back there coming by, taking a spot away from A.J. Allmendinger.
So here you are, first, second and third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Kurt just passing the 47 of Allmendinger last lap. There's Jimmy Johnson back in seventh.
Got a chance to talk to Kurt Busch this morning about his race car. He said after they made some changes, they came here with an idea and things they'd been doing over the years, but some changes they made spring-wise really gave him a much better feel about his race car. He was pretty excited about his chances today.
Okay, you're talking about, you see Kurt Busch now making the pass on McDowell, but you talk about spring changes. I talked to Jimmy Fennig. They won the race in Sonoma with Carl Edwards, and they had tried to maybe use a little bit of that setup they used at that road course here, and it didn't really work. So they had to kind of get off of that and get something different, because this track's so much higher speed. It's a whole different setup that it takes, really, to go fast.
Sonoma well known for having very little to no grip relative, and Watkins Glen, the speed's so much faster, and the track tends to have a bit more grip than the other road course. A.J. Allmendinger back to fourth place, Doc.
Yeah, you guys documented he's lost a couple of spots the last two laps. AJ on the radio is saying the car is just sliding sideways, sliding everywhere. Brian Burns had made an air pressure change, take a half a pound out of both fronts to try to help the car turn, but now he said he has no rear traction. They're going to come in and go back on the air pressure and then make a rear air pressure change next stop, but basically right now AJ has his hands full.
Yeah, he's got about 8 or 9 more laps on this set of tires than the cars around him. That can make you feel like your car's a lot worse than it maybe really is. So by being off on that pit strategy, there'll be times when he has really good tires against other cars that don't. But the flip side is he'll have the worn ones when the fast cars are around him.
Yeah, and then talking to a number of the drivers that they didn't anybody put a lot of laps and make long runs in practice, but as they did, they said their car went to the loose side. So if you started out loose, you were going to be in real trouble after about 10 laps.
So Marcus Ambrose now leading the Cheez-It 355 at the Glen. A reminder, NASCAR.com/RaceBuddy has enhanced race action today live from here at Watkins Glen International. Curbs, just something to be vaulted. Wow.
NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Watkins Glen is brought to you by Goodyear, chosen by experts for superior performance. Goodyear, more driven. Haynes X-Tem Technology. When you're cool, you're comfortable. And Nationwide Insurance. Nationwide is on your side.
Watkins Glen International just up the hill from beautiful Seneca Lake on a spectacular August 80-degree afternoon. And the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series approaching halfway of today's 90-lap race. Jeff Gordon led the opening 29 laps from pole with Marcus Ambrose running second behind him the entire time. Then on green flag pit stops, a lap apart, Ambrose swapped the spots and has moved ahead of Gordon by that gap. It's just a little over 3 seconds between first and second places. Just the one caution in the race so far. 34 cars still on the lead lap. Cole Witt, the driver involved in the one caution with a big crash down in turn one after some brake problems. He's okay. And Kyle Busch's car is also off the track back in the garage area after damage from contact on the racetrack with Martin Truex Jr. Speaking of contact, Kurt Busch, third place runner, have a little with a lap car. Michael Annett. I don't know if he had any contact with him, but certainly Annett got crossed up trying to get into the inner loop, and a moment of concern for Kurt.
Windshield full of the driver having his hands full.
Allmendinger there pressing Kurt. Speaking of having troubles getting into the inner loop.
Yeah, it certainly did allow Allmendinger to close back up some. Kurt Busch had pulled away a little bit.
Yeah, you saw in the 7-car how it gathered all that grass running off the racetrack. I talked to some of the crew chiefs this morning how concerned they would be about that. And they said very concerned because these cars are so low to the ground now that when they go through there and it starts plowing that grass up into the grill, they don't have very long to get it off of there.
Yeah, and with the only openings for air to come in down at the bottom there, it can create a bad situation for them.
Brad Keselowski back in 10th place and actually just giving that spot up to Kevin Harvick. You see the damage there. We showed you that earlier when he had contact with Matt Kenseth getting down into turn one. Now we catch this on the two teams radio.
I'm locking up front, so I must have a leak. Dialed some rear in it? Oh, right here. I mean, get some rear in it. Dude, I'm telling you, something's broke. Where you got your lever at? No. It's not that. You're all the way forward with it.
You can tell just by the tone of Brad Keselowski's voice how serious he feels that the issue is, that something is broken. He had indicated earlier he thought maybe he'd lost a caliper somewhere. The 88 and 48 at one point had been behind Brad. They communicated with those teams. They said they had not seen anything come out from under the car of the two, but certainly some issues for Brad Keselowski dropping spots.
Yeah, you can see he's not able to brake hard at all getting into any of these corners. So he's got an issue with him for sure. It looks like he does have some brakes, but they're just not working.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, with the high braking areas, couple that you have down in turn one there to the inner loop, and then coming up here to turn 6. Very discomforting for a driver, and you just can't charge it if you don't have that security. You've got to have that.
The runner-up here the last 3 years having some troubles today in the mid stages of this race. No troubles up front. Ambrose and Gordon first and second, 3 1/3 seconds apart. There's the gap, and we check in on the top two, beginning with Dave.
Alan Marcus radioed in that he has no rear grip of the car, but crew chief Drew radioed back reminding him that that's what a lot of guys are saying right now. So your pace is good. Take care of your stuff. I asked Drew if we talked to him about pressure this weekend. Marcus, that is. I asked Drew, is he wound extra tight this weekend? He said, no, he's pretty much that way all the time, so this is normal. But I told the crew, embrace being the favorite. That will relax you, and you'll have a good time. Let's have fun this weekend and go out and win. Doc?
And back behind him, the pole sitter, Jeff Gordon, had not had a single complaint until about 6 or 7 laps ago, and Jeff said suddenly the rear grip is going away. Basically, just sliding the car, got no rear grip. They were going to check the track temperature to see if it had gone up, but actually the track temp was 115 degrees when we started. It's down to about 109 right now, so that's not the problem. They made an air pressure change on that pit stop, went down 1 pound in both rears. That may be the difference. Going to go back on that air pressure when he comes in next time, but right now Gordon, for the first time, lacking rear grip today. Alan?
moving target. Chassis setups on these cars, and as temperature and weather conditions and track conditions change.
Yeah, one of the things I heard Ambrose crew chief Drew Blickensdorfer say that other people were having this problem. They monitor other crews and other comments they make. And when we're hearing that almost from every one of these cars are losing their grip, you need to pass it along to the driver so he realizes that he's not the only one. It's not something that's like wrong with his car. That way he can deal with it and maybe deal with it better than the other guys.
Yeah, but it's never theirs can be as bad as mine is right now. So, even though
that's what they think.
Yes, did run faster than Ambrose that last lap.
Michael McDowell in that 95 car. And David Gilliland in the 38. There's Gilliland in the white and yellow and blue car. And McDowell behind him. Somebody left something there. We think it was off Gilliland's car. McDowell hit it. Brake duct, it looks like.
Yep, looks like a brake duct goes out of the way now.
David ran as high as second in this one, running back in 25th place now in this cycle of pit stops. Coming to halfway, Marcus Ambrose and Jeff Gordon, first and second almost the entire race. While we ride along on the front bumper here at Watkins Glen, we look ahead to next weekend's action. The Nationwide Series racing Saturday in Mid-Ohio, the Nationwide Children's Hospital 200 at 2:30 Eastern here on ESPN. And next Sunday, Super Speedway racing from Michigan, the Pure Michigan 400 on the big fast 2-mile track in the Irish Hills of Michigan, noon Eastern next Sunday here on ESPN. There's your lead, first to second. Marcos Ambrose to Jeff Gordon. They've distanced third place Kurt Busch by 10 seconds. As we close in on the critical period in time when the next and final round of strategy will be played. A lot of these teams on the bubble of where they want to be fuel-wise to the finish, and all plotting out how to get where they want to be at the end.
Yeah, I think this 47's due in a lap or two.
Back here, pitting this time.
Well, okay, we're coming this
Pitting
time.
this time.
That's soon enough for you?
Yeah, but I think they're obviously going to have to make at least one more pit stop after this, so it's going to be tough for them. They're facing an uphill battle.
Yeah, they're going to need some type of caution, something to help their strategy along the way.
Oh, we'll talk about cautions here in a minute. I suspect they're going to get one, at least statistically. Here is the dinger. Doc?
Yeah, they are betting the yellows will come, Alan. That's why they're going to come now and make one more stop, Andy. You were right. 4 tires, clean the grill. They're going to go down in air pressure in both rears. Remember, he was sliding around the racetrack because he's so tight and can't get the car to turn on the right-handers. They're going to make a wedge adjustment. There's the wedge adjustment in the right rear window. And AJ said, I think I'd shoot up the right front tire. Look at it when it comes off. Revving the motor down, 14.4 seconds. Good stop. One more to go.
Now that critical outlap on the cold tires and the low air pressures. Gotta go.
Well, you can't give up anything.
Kevin Harvick in the Ford car. We caught this on the radio.
What exactly do you want here? Right now, we'd have to pit on 57 or 58. That would leave us about 32 to the end. We would need about 4 caution laps. But, you know, it's 100% probability we'll get enough cautions in that last segment. So just be nice and smooth with it. Nothing crazy.
I'm not the only one that studies this caution data. I learned it from Ray Evernham. All these crew chiefs have looked at the numbers of recent past races here, and the numbers tell you we're going to see some yellows after that last pit stop to the end of the race, and once we get the first one, we'll get a lot more.
Okay, as long as you're not like weatherman and just correct 50% of the time, that'd be good. But
yeah.
He did say there's a 100% chance that they're going to get some caution laps towards the end.
Yes, he did.
And I think he's probably right about that.
Yep, I think he will be too.
So Kevin Harvick, after having to pit back at lap number 3 because some ballast bags were left inside the car and came sliding out from under the seat, messing with his feet, went all the way back to the end of the line. And by Rodney Childers working some strategy, Harvick is up to 9th. Jeff Gordon is out of power.
Did. I've done everything.
Could he have run it out of gas?
Engine just died.
It's possible. He was not due to pit for another 8 laps or so. I wouldn't think they would have run out of fuel at this point. Only way that could happen is with a fuel pickup issue.
Not going to make it back, I don't believe, though.
Stay there. Stay.
He's coming off the last turn, but can't get it turned to the left through the traffic.
Got no power
to get to the pit road.
Stay right there. Coming around the corner hard. Stay top. I don't want you to get hurt.
Look at Clint Boyer's team. Called Clint in. He'll be on the pit road before the caution comes out, if it comes out here. And there's the caution.
All right, switch the battery. Put on battery 2. Already did that, bud. Just cut off clean all.
Clint Boyer, Jamie McMurray, and Jeff Gordon. After leading the opening 29 laps of this one, running second in about all the remaining laps, finds himself out of power and coasting down the hill. What are they saying, Doc?
Well, they've gone through, they've trouble-checked it. They were troubleshooting it, thinking about fuel pump, thinking about fuel. Shouldn't be fuel. He wasn't going to pit on the lap 60, and they went to a backup battery and tried to go back. And apparently what they're thinking, it may be the connection that hooks to both batteries may have vibrated loose or come loose. And Alan Gustafson is beside himself on the pit box. They're going to try to get Jeff back in here and check that connection. I figured that's what it's got to be because neither battery seems to give it juice, so it's got to be a connection that has come loose, and now Jeff's car is rolling in behind the wall.
We talk about all the things that can go wrong with these cars right here, but we showed them running up over these curbs. That's how violent this whole thing is.
We're working on it.
That if something's not totally attached in there, just something that they overlooked or maybe probably wouldn't check on something like that from the time that they got here, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, we're just speculating on what it could be, but that does sound plausible that could happen. It's just one of those tracks, like you said, it's just so rough over these curbs and all, it could have jarred something loose.
Now, the difficult part of this, because Jeff couldn't get turned right through traffic to get onto the pit lane, he coasted all the way down the hill past the pit exit. So now they're pushing his car back up behind the wall. And I'm just looking and wondering where they're going to get it turned back out onto pit road so the team can get their hands on it. All of it costing time, obviously. And what a heartbreak for Gordon and Alan Gustafson and this team who ran so well all day up to this point.
Yeah, they had a winning race car. I was watching lap times. They were faster than Ambrose pretty well consistently through that run. They were real close. He wasn't gaining much, but he was definitely quick.
You know, Marcus Ambrose has to be feeling good about his chances now. It's not that you want to see others have problems, but when you're trying to get yourself a spot in the chase.
Yeah, you're right. He was worried about that car. That 24 car was his main competition today.
Well, while they push Jeff Gordon's car back toward pit road, the pace car has the field coming to the entrance of pit road the other way. 2014 has that first pit box down at pit exit, so that is where the tow truck has left the car behind their pit stall. And they go to work there. Meanwhile, who comes to pit road here? The leader's in. Jimmy Johnson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. stay out. A lot of the other front runners coming in, Dave.
That was called at the last minute on those two. They were considering pitting. Marcus Ambrose did. He wants drive off the corner, so they'll make an air pressure adjustment for him at this point, filling full of Sunoco fuel and send it back on his way. As soon as he knew that Jeff Gordon was off on power, they told him, and he slowed right down to try to save this race car. Of course, now he's got fresh tires and fuel. You see Kurt Busch exiting as well. He's on the three-stop plan in a good race car, Doc.
Yeah, there's Kevin Harvick. I've already changed left side tires, changing right side air pressure change for Harvick. He's driven from the back to the front now twice. Now he'll have to make one more stop. Can't make it on fuel from here.
Check our Pennzoil race off pit road. First in, first out, Ambrose. But there are a number of cars who did not come down the pit lane, and some track position has just changed hands. Heartbreak for Jeff Gordon behind the wall, trying to get it diagnosed. Working just the second caution of today's Cheez-It 355 for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series here at Watkins Glen International after Jeff Gordon just lost power on his car and was coasting to a stop down the front straightaway. The Hendrick crew continuing to work on that 24 behind the wall, behind their pit box. Doc's down there.
We're standing by with Rick Hendrick. Rick, we heard him talking about a connection. Can you confirm is that what it is?
Yeah, we can't find it. The car just lost power, but everything's dead. Put the batteries in it, but it's lost power. Some connection somewhere. We just don't know where it is.
Okay, Alan, neither battery will work, and there are two guys inside the car under the dash trying to change the connections and the electronics, and thus far, nothing will fire here for Jeff Gordon.
Puzzling. And the difficult run of results continues here for Gordon. A four-time winner at this racetrack, but he hasn't had a top 5 here since his last win in 2001. Incredible. Check out the fastest pit stop of the day, brought to you by the Sprint Unlimited Family Plan. I think we showed you Regan Smith as the biggest mover earlier in the race. Regan Smith's team had the fastest pit stop in this one also.
That's a pretty good pit stop, 13.6.
Proved me wrong, didn't I? I said they wouldn't be lucky to get under 15.
Get unlimited data, talk, and text for as low as $45 per month with 7 people. Visit sprint.com/speed or a Sprint store today. Happy connecting, race fans.
That'll help you pick up positions too, one fast pit stop.
Kyle Busch has come back out from the garage. He's 20 laps down, but back on the track. Brad Keselowski has gone to the garage. Vince?
Well, certainly major issues in regards to the brakes as you see the team frantically working on both the left and right side of the car. I talked with crew chief Paul Wolf just a moment ago, and he told me they lost the fluid out of the rear reservoir. So the window net is down, but at this point, Brad Keselowski still in the car, anticipating that they will go back out.
All right, Vince, thanks. So we're getting ready to restart here with what will be 36 laps to go. Top 7 cars didn't pit under the caution. Johnson, Earnhardt Jr., Kane, and Hamlin. We saw Allmendinger off schedule on the pit stop a while ago. McMurray and Boyer got in just before the yellow came out. They move all the way up to 6th and 7th. Then Ambrose in 8th place. Four deep to the corner.
Bold move by Kurt Busch.
Wow.
But Ambrose back by him.
Even bolder move by Ambrose.
No doubt about that.
Allmendinger on Casey Kane for 3rd.
All these drivers getting everything they possibly can right now, because we're going to see a lot of them on pit road here shortly, making green flag pit stops more than likely their last time on pit road.
This kind of a nervous time for Ambrose and his team. Dominated that middle segment of the race. Now the strategy has put them back in traffic a little bit, and they have to see how the cautions of the strategy play out for everybody around him if they'll get back to the front.
Well, that last caution paid off for the 47 and A.J. Allmendinger because he was able to catch back up. I think that's exactly what they needed to make their 3-stop strategy work.
And I have to wonder with Ambrose's team if they're looking at just fuel on this. He doesn't want to be too aggressive on these tires and abuse the tires too much at this point in time. If that is indeed, they may be looking at left sides while they're getting fuel, depending on how long they're going to be out there.
Yeah, that's what I would be looking
at. Oh, trouble.
Gosh, what a mark.
Ryan Newman, hard into the wall. Michael McDowell, hard into the wall.
Caution's out, caution's out.
Terrible crash. That difficult spot between the exit of the carousel and turn 6. You saw Newman tried to drive, it looked like, for a second, and the left rear tire just fell off, now dropping the window net. And that's Michael McDowell. Look at the damage and how hard he hit that guardrail.
See the window net down now on the 31. That's good to see.
That 31 hit the safer barrier. That's the guardrail where the 95 did, but the 31, reminiscent of Jeff Burton was driving this 31 car a few years ago.
Destroyed the guardrail right there where McDowell hit it.
Wow.
Yeah, is that a tire up on the fence?
Yeah. That is McDowell out of the car, and there you see Newman walking toward McDowell's car. So both drivers have come from the car. The field is being red flagged, and the race is being stopped.
This looks like right here. It looks like part of the rear suspension.
They just broke the rear end housing in half.
And you see Michael getting up after catching his breath. Wow, what a great sight.
Sure is.
What a terrible crash.
Another example of the safety of these cars that NASCAR and these teams put on the track today.
Well, this part of the racetrack, you see the funnel between the guardrails. And if someone gets out of control exiting that carousel corner, it's not going to be good. We've seen this before. We just saw it again.
Yeah, you look right over here. You can see, like Ryan Newman overran that corner just a little bit. You see quite a few cars over there. So come back on the track. Contact between Biffle and Newman.
Yes, Biffle came back on the track. Newman was right there. Got into him and hard into that guardrail and the tires. Sends him back out in the middle of the track here into McDowell.
You see the rear end housing loose from the car, and then it goes over the fence. But that last impact for McDowell was the one that probably knocked the wind out of him.
What a piece of driving by David Reagan, sliding through there between those crashed cars.
Coming right at you now.
From Regan Smith. Danica Patrick's view.
Back it down, back it down, back it down.
Well, she did a good job too.
Nice job, I just saw that on TV.
Yeah, that wasn't much time to react at a high rate of speed by her there. Good job.
Watch it, back it down, back it down, back it down.
You can see it was Biffle coming back on the track that made Newman try to avoid running into him.
It's just hard to appreciate how much speed you're carrying out of that carousel until you see that happen.
Yeah, you're well over, I would say, definitely 130 miles an hour.
What a mess. The trouble began when Greg Biffle had troubles coming off that carousel corner, resulting in contact with Ryan Newman, and Newman's car hard into the barrier, collecting Michael McDonald's. This the view that we caught on Greg Biffle's radio.
Went in the bus stop 3 wide. They were stopping because the guys in front of me, and there's nothing I could do, you know. And there just wasn't any room for there barely room for 2 cars through there, and they hit both sides of the front end.
Greg Biffle's explanation to his team.
Yeah, and there's no way that we're putting the blame on Greg Biffle for what happened by any means. They're racing hard off the corner, and we've seen dozens of times throughout this race where the driver in front gets off. But it just, in this case, it made another driver in Ryan Newman try to take an evasive action not to run into the back of the 16 car, and when he did, he lost control of his car.
But it almost sounded like it started earlier, like in the bus stop, and I don't know what kind of incident that caused and what transpired from there.
Yeah, I heard 3 wide, and that's not going to work pretty much anywhere around here.
Well, let's look overhead. Back as far as the bus stop. That's the leaders up in front of the incident. We'll see it unfold off the corner here.
See McDowell's car up on its side there for a minute.
When it hit Newman's car and it ripped that rear end housing loose, that rear end housing got under the car and almost served like a pole vault to launch that car up in the air. Well, at least 5 cars involved and taking damage in the accident, 2 seriously, but both Ryan Newman and Michael McDowell have climbed from their race cars. That is the scene down in Turn 1 of Watkins Glen International, where the field is parked under the red flag after a terrible crash between turns 5 and 6. Michael McDowell and Ryan Newman's cars just destroyed, but fortunately both drivers did climb from their machines and walk away. Look at what's not there on the back end of both of those cars. Started exiting the corner at a place on the racetrack where drivers have kind of used all the pavement and then some all weekend.
Yeah, they're going off this run. It's an overrun area, and then as they come through and they get over here in this section, when they come back on the track, there's a big divot they've dug out right there.
Yeah, and it just continues to get worse as the weekend progresses because of all the racing. Everybody's doing that. I mean, it's not every lap that you do it, but more times, and especially as it goes on and you see the racing ramp up. You can see they have plenty of room to go out there. It's just a matter of getting back to the track then.
Biffle was way over here.
Yes.
When he came through there. And you see Greg Biffle, right behind Joey Logano, but look how far he goes.
Yeah, he's going to be the widest one out there. And then you've just got a hard angle to get back, and you've got no choice. Most of the time, probably 9 out of 10 times, there's no problems. But whenever we're this bunched up, and he came back across, as he hit that bump, probably slowed his progress. Ryan Newman couldn't get slowed down enough, and as he tried to avoid that, then lost control of his car. Those tires are great, except for the case that they just, it's like a trampoline effect and send the car back out in the middle of the track, as we've seen here a few times before.
And the hit that Michael McDowell's car took into that guardrail and barrier was big, and some damage definitely done to the barrier that is going to need to be attended to before the race resumes. Vince?
With Ryan Newman, and glad to see him walk out under his own power. You okay?
I'm fine. It was just a bad place at the wrong time. But from my standpoint, Biffle jumped the curb, got the splitter or something up on the curb, and got out and got across the grass. And I probably could have gave him a little bit more, but I tried to time it so I could shoot past, and he slowed down when he got back on the racetrack. But it's really disappointing. We lost John Melvin here last couple weeks, and he did a lot of innovations for our sport, and it's really sad that they haven't adapted any of them here for this racetrack. And the barriers, the safer barrier that doesn't exist here, the Armco walls, there's no concrete walls. It's just, it's a very antiquated racetrack, and the safety is not at all up to NASCAR standards, and it's a shame that we have to have accidents like that to prove it. So hopefully something will change the next time we come back here with our Caterpillar Chevrolet.
We're glad you're okay, Ryan. Alan?
Well, we've seen this kind of thing in this part of the racetrack in the past a couple of times. This was Sam Hornish getting forced off and thrown back in the path of Jeff Gordon.
You see that 31 car, Jeff Burton, a part of that too.
Now look at the barrier on the right side of that picture, and you'll see in response to that, where those barriers are was changed and moved back out. More runoff area, more pavement was added. And all this section over here, wider, and the barrier moved back than it was in that last video that we saw when they ran off into the grass, and that guardrail was much closer to the racetrack. Vince?
Another one involved was Alex Bowman. Are you okay, and what happened?
Yeah, I just got caught up in the aftermath of that there a little bit. I saw some foam flying and figured it might have been debris, and by the time I checked up and all the cars around me checked up, we were all sliding around trying to get stopped, and I just hit somebody enough to knock the oil cooler out of it. And at that point, last time I drove it around with the oil cooler knocked out, Wayne Otten was pretty mad at me. So I tried not to do that again, but it's unfortunate. It's a lot of good cars got torn up. It's just a bad spot on the racetrack. The spotters can't see it. It's just real blind. But my BK Racing guys were working hard. We had dustless blasters on the car this week, a new sponsor for us, and hate to see it end that way for them.
Glad you're okay. Alex, let's go to Alan now.
All right, under the red flag.
Yeah, he made a good point there about spotters not being over in that part of the racetrack to help you, but it does narrow up quite a bit, and when a car gets sent back in the middle, flying out in there, makes it difficult to avoid.
That is what's left of Michael McDowell's car. Vince is with its driver.
Certainly, Alan, it's good to see, when you look at that picture, it's good to see Michael walk out and be standing here. How are you after that big hit?
I'm good, thank the good Lord above, because that's a bad wreck. It seems like when I do it, they're usually fairly big, so I'm not really sure what happened. I saw the 16 get a little wide and then the 39 come back across the track, and I didn't really have time to, adjust or move. I just tried not to hit Ryan in the door there, and that was pretty much it. I was long for the ride, but, we had a good K-Love car today, and we were a little bit off on strategy there, and it was going to work out. It was going to cycle out, but, glad to walk away from it. I'm very thankful, feel blessed, and going to stay positive, encouraging K-Love. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, glad you're okay. Alan?
Good to see the smile on Michael McDowell's face. Something that's a pretty common fixture on one of the more likable people you'll find in this business. But a hard crash there for McDowell and Ryan Newman has us still under the red flag. While we are waiting for the race to resume, let's check in the Quicken Loans ESPN Pit Studio. Hi, Nicole.
Hello. It is about time for us to recap all that has happened so far, because it is not just the accident that caused the red flag. There's been lots of activity so far through the first 56 laps of this race. So it's time for the 5-hour Energy Rapid Recap. We start with the first big hit of the day, lap 10, Cole Wick. Wow.
Oh, yeah, he has brake problems. Can't get the car slowed down. It looks like the right front brake's working. That's about it. He buries this thing in there, got out, he's okay, but that car's not okay.
Kyle Busch, we expected him to be a contender in this race today. It started going south with pit road issues.
Yeah, he really struggled. He had a tough time on pit road, and then he hits that same bump right there that DJ was talking about earlier. Gets a little wide here, but keeps digging. I mean, really is having a difficult time getting the car underneath him, and then he leaves pit road with a can, gets a penalty, comes back. He and Martin Truex get into a little scrum, ends up losing the left front tire. Just a bad day for Kyle Busch.
He is back out on the track, 20 laps down in 40 seconds. Pit strategy, again, that is the theme of the day. AJ Allmendinger stopped on lap 48. We'll talk about that in a second. Right now, he's running third behind Johnson and Earnhardt, who have not yet stopped. Marcus Ambrose has been, as we expected, the class of the field all day. He stopped on lap 52.
Yeah, he's not making any mistakes either. He's got good pit strategy right now. His car is fast. He saves the brakes so far. I've been watching his pit stops out the back of the ESPN pit studio here. No flaws, no problems. Marcus is game on today.
That is your 5-hour Energy Rapid Recap. Boss man down on the end.
Yes.
You do have a dog in the hunt today.
I do.
In AJ Allmendinger. And let me tell you, when AJ first came down pit road for his first stop, Brad goes, I don't like it.
Here we go.
I don't like it. I don't like the strategy. What is it about the strategy that you don't like?
Well, obviously we're trying to make 3 stops. And what concerns me is it's predicated upon caution laps now. And I know you said it's a great strategy, and it could be. I want to stick with Ambrose and Gordon, and when they pit, I want to pit. I know, because right now we're 10 laps short. We're 10 laps short right now, and that scares me a little bit.
I
know things can happen,
scared.
and it looks like they can happen.
My whole thing is, can you actually run with Ambrose?
I think you can stay with him. I think we can stay with Ambrose.
If you can't, why not gamble?
I think we can. I think
because like Alan says, the cautions are going to come, and you just might get
If the
lucky.
cautions come, we're going to be right where we need to be. But I really think we could stay with Ambrose if we stay on the.
Well, Ambrose has got 4 laps on you.
Yes, he does.
You pitted at lap 48.
We're 10 laps short. We're 10 laps short.
Ambrose is pitted at lap 52.
Yeah.
You are, but I'll tell you what, there's so many cautions that happen at this particular racetrack.
Yeah.
There's a possibility he could make it, but the rest of them can make it all.
Calling me pessimistic?
I like it. It's a little bit. It's edge of your seat stuff. What's going on, Doc? What are they thinking down there in the 47 crew? Because the boss wants to know.
Well, he may want to plug his ears when he hears this. No, actually, this could be good news for you. I just talked to Brian Burns, your crew chief down here, and he says, when the pits open, a number of the lead cars would consider coming down pit road. Now, the ones I've been monitoring down here tell me they're going to be maybe 2 laps short on fuel. I am told the 47 car, if he were to come down pit road and pit, would be 1 lap short on fuel. Now, they're all banking on getting yellow flags and maybe some caution laps in the last few. And if that's the case, if he comes and pits now and just puts fuel in it, they should be okay to make it. But they still haven't made the call yet.
Ifs and buts. We are 10 laps short as far as I'm concerned.
But by their caution count, you might only be
Ifs
1.
and buts. We are 10 laps
Telling
short
you,
right now.
I'm telling you, it's an interesting thought.
All right, I'm going to blame you.
Just a chance.
All right. I can work with
More from Watkins Glen as
Come
we
on.
write out this red flag in just a few.
Back live at Watkins Glen, you see the field of cars moving away from where they were parked down in turn one, behind the pace car and the yellow flags waving. This is only a temporary change of condition from red to yellow flag. They're repositioning the cars from where they were stopped back around to the front straightaway near the pits, and then they're going to go back under the red flag again because there's a lot of work that's going to have to be done to that guardrail where Michael McDowell hit. You see the crews already there. Part of the contingency planning for a race is having materials and crews and so on hand and drilled and ready to affect repairs like this. But that's a pretty sizable one, and it's going to take a little bit to be cleaned up there. So the field being repositioned back around to the front straightaway here, and then they're going to be put back under the red flag while the cleanup work continues. And while we wait out the delay, Alan Bestwick, Dale Jarrett, Andy Petrie, thanks for joining us for our coverage from Watkins Glen today. Nasty accident we saw. We saw Cole Witt have a very hard crash early in the race down in turn number one that he walked away from as well. A two-pronged safety discussion here. Brian Newman's comments about safety features and enhancements at a racetrack. Your reaction to it was what?
Yeah, I think Ryan Newman is one of the most respected out there, and whenever you have him in an accident like that and you see things like this happen, then I think that there should be notice taken. Probably shouldn't have gotten to the point that we needed Ryan Newman to bring that up after something like this. This is 2014. We have ways of making things better, and I think he brought up a great point that action needs to be taken here.
Yeah, we always need to make them better, and they've done a lot at this racetrack to help a lot of these areas that have been problem concerns, but these road courses are probably the biggest challenge when it comes to safer barriers and that sort of thing. You can see they've got different configurations of this track. They don't normally, this is the short course, so they keep another part of that, the course open where you see all this. And so it's challenging for these road courses to do the right things for safety and be just for these cars. So I think there are a lot of things that can be done.
This the accident again that has caused all the damage, and again, fortunately, both drivers okay. But it starts with Greg Biffle getting enormously wide off of that carousel corner, and as he hops the gap between where the pavement ends and the grass begins, Ryan Newman catches up to him very quickly, and there's contact, and it starts the whole thing.
And then where McDowell, he gets hit by Newman, and you see where he goes over. That's a part of the track that they don't use. That's where they come out of the boot back onto the main part of the track. And he gets into the guardrail in that section.
Well, what we've seen, this is an area that is in play a lot of times. And you see exactly what those tires do. Send the car bouncing back onto the middle of the racetrack in the middle of other cars. And we heard Newman say, he saw what was going on, but he was setting up to make a pass on Greg Biffle as he was having his difficulties, and obviously that went wrong.
So a couple of things that make this track unique that I want to kind of point out while we're dealing with this section of the race course. You see the tall fences here. Well, that's an access tunnel that goes from the infield out to the racetrack that goes underneath there. So that's why the barriers are right up at the side of the racetrack and the safety catch fencing is off. Now down the back is what Andy talked about, the boot, the sports car course here. The cars go up to another section of racetrack there, and they exit back onto the short course, as it's called for NASCAR, right here around this barrier. So then they go off into the boot there, and then they go down around to the left, up around to the right, another right, and they come back onto the NASCAR short course right where that barrier is that McDowell struck. The cars are literally making a left turn back onto this straightaway right around here. So that's one of the complicating factors in managing this part of the racetrack for the track officials, is that there's more than one layout of this Watkins Glen course. And the natural features like the tunnel that's been there for a long, long time.
Yeah, it's a challenge, and they do continually make changes and make it better. We've seen a lot of these areas of the racetrack that have been problems that they have had, they've gone and made changes to it, made it better. I remember down in just out of turn 1, we had a big incident, and I think they've made a lot of changes there to make that better.
You mentioned the incident down in turn 1. This was at the end of the race a couple of years ago down at this part of the racetrack. We already talked about the differences down here with all the pavement that's been added and the change in the barriers from when Jimmy Johnson had his crash to the one we saw today. Now, this is the one at the end of the race a couple of years ago.
Just see with a lot of the angles and things, and with this guardrail, it sends the cars right back into the middle. And I don't have a total answer. I know that it is a challenge and it can be difficult in making all of that happen, but there have been a lot of changes there that are for the better.
This is gone now. That was a real problem area, as you can see. It's a lot smoother now where they can come through here without having that abrupt ending.
The inside guardrail also back below the bottom of the picture as shown here, been moved back to widen out that entry into the S's. But when you go up the hill in the S's, you again come across another access tunnel from outside the racetrack to inside the racetrack, and the barriers come right back up against the racing surface, and there's very little room to get away when there's trouble in that part of the course. They brought the cars around to the front stretch, put the field back onto the red flag, and the drivers are being allowed out of their cars on a warm day here in Watkins Glen with what's going to be an extended red flag for the barrier repairs at the crash site. There is the cleanup scene here at Watkins Glen as we sit under the red flag in today's NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race. A moment's reminder about next weekend's action. More road course racing for you Saturday for the NASCAR Nationwide Series at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the Nationwide Children's Hospital 200. Second time the Nationwide cars ran Mid-Ohio. Ran it last year. It was a pretty wild day. ESPN, 2:30 Eastern on Saturday. Next Sunday, back to the oval tracks for the Sprint Cup Series, the Pure Michigan 400 from Michigan International Speedway. The big fast 2-miler up in the Irish Hills. We're on ESPN here at noon Eastern Time next Sunday. Be fascinating to see how that one plays into the picture in the race to the chase. Drivers have been allowed out of their cars. Most have gone over the wall back onto the pit lane. Vince is with one.
A couple of different race strategies going on right now. The man that is standing next to me drives the 48, currently leads the race, but has pitted just once, and you were about due to come in, so how does this affect strategy?
This does not work for our strategy. This is about the worst thing that could have happened for our race, but certainly glad everybody's okay on the backstretch, and also the fans. I mean, it looked like some big pieces of car and rear end were over the fence. So it seems like everybody's okay back there, which is the most important thing. But we're in a hole now. We're gonna have to pit and lose a ton of track position. Our goal was to get back to green, run until we kind of were out of gas, and then merge back on, hopefully decent spot on the field, and we would have been in good shape. So this definitely changes things for us, but I still think we can get a good top 10, top 5 out of it.
Ryan Newman was critical of that area of the track from a safety perspective. What's your assessment of it?
I didn't have a good view of the impact and what started it and what went on, but there have been a lot of big wrecks in that area. The one thing that I would say is that I know it's a road course and it's hard to get concrete structure around the race course, but Armco barriers just aren't the best thing for these big heavy cars. So I don't know how you fix that. It's hard to get concrete everywhere we go, but that's an area that I would look first of all. And then it seems like we look at a racetrack and think, wow, a car would never end up there. We've fixed all the major areas, but there still are some areas on a lot of racetracks where the chances are very, very small that we would get a race car there, but we need to be thinking about those areas.
Let's look big picture here beyond this pit stop that you're obviously going to have to come to here shortly, and then what kind of race car you have that can take you to the finish.
I've been good. I've been trying to conserve fuel all day long to play into the strategy that we set out to run today. The 9 and the 24 have had us on pace, but I feel really equal with the 47, 41. We're kind of running along there doing the same stuff. So, I think the 9 right is since he's the last one on the road of those two fastest cars, I think he's probably the guy that can make stuff happen. But I think we're in there and have a shot at it.
He's the leader for now, Jimmy Johnson. Doc.
All right, third place runner A.J. Allmendinger out of the car. Dinger, let me ask you about the race car. I know you started out really well, but we reported you were slipping and sliding everywhere, and they had to make a rear air pressure adjustment. How's the car now?
Yeah, it's funny. The track's real tricky right now. I feel like every 10 laps something changes, and I feel like I want the opposite again. So Scott Product Chevy's fast. We pitted early there, so we got off sequence. I used my tires up trying to get around some of the slower cars, and by that time, Jeff and Marcus and those guys were coming back out on fresh tires, so that threw me off a little bit as well. But I'm just proud of the guys, everybody on this 47 team. They're working hard. We got a fast race car, so it's going to be fun with this strategy, see what happens here once we go back green.
I know you rode by over there in the incident over and saw the Armco barrier. Ryan Newman got out of the car, very critical of the fact that he wanted some upgrades to take place here. Your thoughts on Armco barriers versus safer barriers and concrete walls?
Yeah, first off, just happy and thankful that everybody's okay over there. That was a big wreck. I saw it on the big screen there. So to have everybody jump out of the cars just shows the safety of NASCAR and what they do to keep making us safer and safer in these cars. It's a tough scenario. It's the second or third time there we've seen a big wreck now. So I think we need to do something to help make it a little bit safer over there. I agree with Ryan a little bit. We're going so fast now, and 1-2 inch mistake like we saw right there and could cause a big crash. So happy everybody's okay, and NASCAR does a great job to keep us safe, and I'm sure we'll look at something there and keep trying to make us safer and safer.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you, guys.
Nicole?
Safety always a big topic of conversation. A lot of times it takes an accident to happen before there is a reaction. As we take a look at the repairs going on in this particular one, we've shown replays from the 2009 accident. This is not an area of the track where this is a one-time thing.
No, it's. But one thing I will say, hardly any road courses in the country have soft walls all the way around the racetrack. This particular track, every time they've had a problem, they have worked on it. The runoff areas have been paved, turn 7. They've had soft walls put in there. They seem to react to a lot of things that happen at this racetrack. With that said, I do agree with what the drivers are saying. The soft walls would be nice. I will tell you, I've had a lot of experience with soft walls, especially at the Iowa Speedway, a track I designed. Those things cost about $310 per foot to put soft wall in. You're looking at almost $10 million to do that. I know life is much more important, but I will tell you, I think the racetrack has done a pretty good job improving and working. After something like this has just happened, I'm sure they're going to go back on Monday morning, have some more meetings and say, hey, look, we need to put more soft wall at this racetrack. We need to make some more improvements, because you're right, Nicole. Every time there's a problem, it causes a reaction and things happen.
Turn 7 got safer barriers in 2011. You bring up the Armco. IndyCar used to race here.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's an open cockpit.
Yeah.
These cars are heavy. It doesn't seem like a smart idea.
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot of incidents like the drivers have talked about right in this particular area. And you see the tires, they've created the tire barriers, which I'm not real crazy about, because it does seem to have a rebounding effect just because of the tire. It seems to throw the car right back out into the racetrack. So I think as they go back and look at this, I'm sure NASCAR, along with the track officials and folks here at Watkins Glen, will look at this a little closer and implement some type of safety features, whether it be the safer barrier or whatever, to make this a little bit more suffice, because we see some huge hits here, and you're talking about almost a 4,000-pound car striking this Armco, and that is a violent impact.
Very thankful no fans were sitting
Absolutely.
there.
That was very, very good. The last corner, what the guy's been calling all day long, the carousel, that's a really high-speed right-hand turn. Before, we used to have grass right up to the racetrack, and you saw Sam Hornish getting that grass a couple years ago and have a big wreck with Jeff Gordon. They have paved all that. They widened that way, way out. And even with widening it way, way out, the drivers take the cars all the way out on that brand new area. You saw that Greg Biffle did that, got out of control, and the 31 got in the back of him. You try to do all you possibly can to make it better. But again, we learn every single time there's a big accident like this what to do and what to change, and I'm confident that NASCAR is going to make those improvements next time we come back here.
Tell you who else has had a big hit at this track. That would be Denny Hamlin.
Denny, watching the replays of that accident and what's left of those race cars, and you've had a big hit here too, right? What's going through your mind when you look at that?
It's a tough one. This racetrack is so narrow. There's just no room for error when someone gets out of control or hits a barrier. It's gonna knock you right back into the groove. I was lucky enough to where I was in a different zip code when I hit something hard, so had a lot of time to think about that one. That was the scariest part for me watching it, was that I knew it was coming and you just couldn't do anything about it.
What's going through your mind when you see that coming at you?
I can't say it on TV. You're thinking, oh, you know what?
Well, I'm glad you did say it on TV. Thanks for that. But I'm glad you're okay. But we talked with Jimmy Johnson, who's on a similar pit strategy as to what you're on. He last pitted on 28. As did you. Not sure how that's going to work out for you now. How do you see it going forward?
Yeah, it's not going to work for any of us that stayed out. I think all of us right there in the top 5 that were on that strategy didn't need this type of caution. That's going to take a long time, and so it's not going to play out well for us. We're going to restart probably pretty deep, and we're going to have to try to beat them on tires later on to fight back for top 10 today.
Thanks, Danny. Nicole?
As we were saying, as they continue to work, and we've been told it's going to be about 30 minutes, a little less than that now, you do have to pick and choose how to make safety improvements on a road course, because, again, it's not the same style of racing as an oval.
Right.
Crash differently.
Yeah, that's absolutely. And one thing about a race car, period, is if there's an unexposed part on a racetrack, a race car will find it. So you're right. You have to see incidents sometime in order to learn from that and to make it better the next time around. I'm sure they'll look at this area down here and make it a lot safer.
But, especially down in turn 1 where Denny Hamlin went off. We've been touting the soft walls a lot. Boy, we need soft walls, we need that. But I would not have wanted a soft wall down in turn 1 when he come across that track head on into that wall. Those tires were the best thing to have there at that point, or some type of absorption unit, but not a soft wall. that would hurt him more than what happened.
Yeah, I remember the bus stop here, too, was added after 92. After 91, it was in 92 in order to create and knock off some speed through there after we saw a fatal accident with the late J.D. McDuffie.
Still under caution, under the red flag here. Lots of different strategies out on the track right now. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Dave, on the strategy that's not going to play out.
Well, that was according to Jimmy Johnson, but see, his crew chief is Steve Letarte, and last week Steve, fooled them all with the strategy. So where do you see yourself right now? You pitted once, you were staying out and hoping to come in a couple laps here.
Yeah, we're in a little bit of trouble. We're hoping that this caution hurt us because everybody's going to be able to come on pit road and get gas and leapfrog us. They only need about 2-3 seconds of gas, and then we need full tank and tires and everything. So we're going to come out about 20th after this pit stop here once we resume. But car's been real fast, and if it continued to go green, we would pit under green in about 2 more laps, and then it'd all cycle around, or if the caution come out, they'd have to come pit, and we'd be able to stay out. So it's just this caution come at an opportune time, but glad everybody's okay back there. That's a pretty nasty hit.
Yeah, and you've seen that before here, Junior. Do you care to comment on what you feel like should be done over there in that section of the track?
I'd love to have some concrete walls and safer barriers, but that's a lot of concrete that had to be put up here. We've been running through guardrails for 50 years, so I don't think they've got them perfected, but they do the best they can, and we're going way faster here than we used to go. And, so when the car bounces back out in the racetrack, it's hard to avoid, and you're going to get slung in the guardrail and hit that thing harder than you would expect. And I don't know what else they could do. I mean, it'd be too expensive to put walls around it and safety barriers and all that stuff. But, you trust what they're doing, and I think, glad nobody's hurt. So far, I guess today everything held up.
All right, good luck rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., they're going to have to pit at some point, Nicole, but didn't quite work out for him strategy-wise. Got a fast race car, though.
You win some, you lose some. So what do you do under a red flag? You catch up.
Turtle dove.
You play a little football.
Go down, see how Schmoopy doing.
And you talk to us. More from Watkins Glen in a few.
If only those were the cars coming 3 wide to the finish. instead of with the pace car parked in front of him on the front stretch here at Watkins Glen under a red flag after a nasty crash between turns 5 and 6 of the racetrack. Repairs being effected to the Armco barrier and catch fencing you see there, and those repairs making progress but going to continue for a little while yet. Stepping into our broadcast booth to join us, NASCAR's Vice President of Competition, Robin Pemberton. Robin, you just came from race control. Any timeline update on how long this might take?
Yeah, the last update was possibly 15 minutes. They still had some poles that had to get in the ground, so it's coming along pretty good right now.
Brian Newman climbed from his car and had some comments about track safety and so on. The process. What happens when you leave a race weekend from here and you've had an accident like this, and how does it get reviewed?
Well, they all get reviewed, but it's a constant improvement process, and as you know, many of the places that we go to, facilities, they're multi-purpose, and we're only here one weekend a year, and it's busy throughout the rest of the year, and we're not the only series that race here. And so, this place has made, Watkins Glen has made great advancements, and you remember turns 1 and 2 and all of that, moved grandstands and fencing and safer barriers, and that's worked quite well for us. But, not all places are places for safer barrier. There's different types of systems to help slow the cars down. As you could see, the incident with Cole Witt earlier in the race down in the turn 1, it was lucky that it was good that the tire barrier was there.
Yeah, and now I'm sure that everyone knows that we've heard them talk about a huge expense, and some people, maybe even some owners, are going to say, okay, we understand it's a huge expense, but as you look at the way, and I'll just use the TV dollars are put out there where the tracks are receiving a large portion of that, the owners, they have to absorb expenses whenever we're making changes to the race cars. They might have an argument that are saying, hey, we need these updates for the safety of our drivers.
Yeah, and that's true, and that's that's easy to be said, and we do work year in and year out on all of these facilities. We every race, pre-race or post-race, we do a lot of inspections, and we look at places that need improvement, and there's a priority list as far as what turns and what straightaways and things like that you need to work on, and it's ongoing process.
Yeah, we love these road courses, Robin, and they do give us a lot of action, but they are challenging to try to fix every single spot on this track that these cars can hit, because they'll find, Brad already said a while ago, if there's one trouble spot, these cars will find it somehow. We're looking at this repair that they're making right now, and I'm guessing that they're having to set new poles, and will the integrity of this repair be as good as what we had?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the crews are trained for all of this, whether you're working on safer barriers, you're working on Armco, you're working on all of these things, and there's a process in place that everything's done. When we go back racing, we're in good shape.
Robin, thanks for the time, and sorry we had the occasion and the delay to talk, but hopefully we get the race resumed soon.
No problem. It's always a pleasure to talk to you guys under any circumstances.
Thanks, Robin. Robin Pemberton, NASCAR's Vice President of Competition, here with us under the red flag at Watkins Glen. Back downstairs, Dr. Jerry Punch.
Yeah, with Kevin Harvick, one of the most respected voices in the garage among the veterans, and we were just watching and listening to what Robin Pemberton was saying. Kevin, you've driven this place a long time. The Truck Series, the Nationwide cars, and now in Cup. Your thoughts on what's around this place in terms of safety barriers?
Well, it's changed a lot through the years, and they have spent a lot of money on sand traps and moving walls back, and so I mean, there's been a lot of changes after we had the wreck off of turn 1. So obviously, as drivers, we want to see the safest place barrier as possible barrier put in. What that is in this particular instance, I don't know. I know we've seen Jimmy Johnson pile in head first all the way into the barriers and get out of his car and walk away, and seen a lot of pretty big wrecks here and seen everybody walk away. So you always want to see him evolve, and I don't really know the exact circumstances. I know that I'd rather hit that Armco over there than a solid concrete wall. So it's just all about the circumstances that you're in.
I've been covering racing for 30 years in NASCAR, and I've called a lot of pit stops, but I've never called 4 tires and 2 beanbag removal. What was that about? What happened at the beginning of the race?
Yeah, we had a bag underneath the seat. They weigh the car with actual driver weight in there, so I believe the bag just got left in there, and I spent a couple laps trying to get it positioned off to the left, but finally, the bag got positioned under both my feet where I was wide open, stuck on the throttle and the brake, so I had to come in and get the bag out. So we've been recovering from that all day. Our Budweiser Chevy is fast enough to win the race. Obviously, it's going to come down to fuel right here and whether you pit or don't pit. And, if this restart goes well, I still feel like we can win the race.
Do you come or not?
Heck, they pay this guy up here, Rodney, way too much for me to have to make that decision. So, I know it's a tough decision, but we aren't racing for points. We're racing for wins.
All right, Kevin Harvick. And by the way, he's known as one of the best closers in all of NASCAR. And from eavesdropping a moment ago, I think he's got a lot left in this car that he has not shown thus far. Vince?
Another one that's running pretty well is Carl Edwards, currently sitting 10th. He's come to the pits a couple of times today. A little opportunity to visit with Jimmy Finnig, maybe. You guys got something planned for the rest of the way here?
We've
Get
got
better, I guess.
Plans. We haven't settled on one plan yet, but I did get to have some Cheez-It crackers, which was nice. And I guess at the end of the day, it's really going to come down to the right pit strategy and then executing perfectly on the restart. You got to get a good restart. You got to hope that you got the right amount of fuel, and you got to. A lot of guys are going to be hoping for a caution. So we haven't decided what we're going to do. We'll see how this goes. Just glad everybody's all right from that wreck. That was pretty vicious, Spec.
Where's your race car working the best, or conversely, maybe not working as well as you'd like?
There are a couple spots where I'm having trouble. Turn 1, the braking zone is really good for me, though, right now. So hopefully I can take advantage of that on the restart. There are a couple spots back there where I'm not as good as other people, but it also changes quite a bit as we run. I'm watching everybody's cars. They come and go. It's a really dynamic race and really a lot of fun.
Keep an eye on the 99, Carl Edwards. Dave?
With Marcus Ambrose right now, who's been wandering around, getting some things done in this off time, including a little bit of a snack there, which is good for you. First thing you wanted Drew to know when you had a chance to talk to him face-to-face was what?
How you doing?
You're friends, why not?
Yeah, day's going pretty good. Just thrilled with how day's gone so far. We've had a fast car from the get-go, led a lot of laps. We wore Jeff Gordon out, and now we just got to try and find a way to bring it home. We're slightly off sequence with some others. We'll see how that plays out, but we're excited. It's been a great day for RPM and giving ourselves the best shot to try and win it.
One thing that allows you guys here to do different things and have different options is speed in the race car. You have that. So, having pitted on lap 52, knowing what you've saved so far, do you come again?
Yeah, we're just going to just try and stay aggressive and get after it. Got to pass a few cars, I'll do it. If not, then we'll bring it home some other way. But we're really excited about our day. The car's been handling really well. I've just got to thank Ford Racing, Stanley, the Kings here enjoying it with us as well. So winning the nationwide race yesterday was a lot of fun, and today's been even better so far.
Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Marcus Ambrose, he's 7th right now, Alan, but when everybody starts putting up in front of him, gain a few spots, and he's got a fast race car.
Yeah, we've got still an interesting twist or two to play out here in this one when it gets back going again, including who pits when and how that shuffles up the running order. And how many more cautions we get, and how many more restarts, and the like. Red flag at Watkins Glen continues.
stunning afternoon in Watkins Glen. Of course, 1 week from today, the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series will be in Brooklyn, Michigan, trading one beautiful setting for another. For tickets to that event and other upcoming races on the schedule, go to NASCAR.com/tickets. Under a red flag here today gives us a chance to take a look at the points, the chase seedings, of course. With this race, after this one, it's just 4 to go until this all-new chase. Keep in mind the new rules this year. It's basically win and you're in. So far this season, 11 drivers have won in this series. 16 drivers will make the chase. The remaining spots go to drivers highest in points if they don't yet have a win. Several drivers we're looking at today. Clint Boyer is a road course winner in the past. He's just real close to that line. Of course, Marcus Ambrose, we were saying before, this is his opportunity to get in. He may not be able to get up into the top 16 in points if he doesn't get the win, of course. Red flags sometime equal halftime. During halftime, you make adjustments, you make changes. But there's a lot on the line here today. You can talk yourself into something, and you can talk yourself out of it, too.
I've been talking strategy for about the last 30 minutes down here. Brad and I, you've been sitting here talking.
You should see his page. It's covered in
my
numbers.
paper is just all messed up and scratched up. You see this? Okay, I'm a gambler a little bit. A.J. Allmendinger, you're talking Ambrose, all those guys have pitted.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay out, man. I just talked to Andy. Andy and I were talking up there off air a little bit. It's basically a 2-to-1 rule. I think if they get 6 or 7 laps of cautions, these guys can make it on the field. I think they can make it.
I agree.
AJ stopped on lap 48.
This is why they're going to have to stay out, is because of Kevin Harvick and Kurt Busch and Carl Edwards. Those guys having multiple wins, and they've got the 52 laps under their belts. They're going to push it because they have nothing to lose. So the guys like AJ and everyone and Marcus, they're going to get their hands going to get forced by those guys if they're going to win this race. They got to win this race to have an opportunity.
This is what I like about
Harvick's
this
going
chase
to push.
format.
He's going to stay out, and that's going to force their hands and paint them into a corner.
So here's what I like about it, because you heard Harvick say, we're not racing for points, we're racing for wins. But hey, everyone's racing for wins, because I don't think at any other point in this sport has getting to victory lane carried as much weight as it does right
taking
now.
this chance gives them a great opportunity. I mean, it's hit or miss. And because of that, it sets the stage for the rest of the guys. I think the 47 and even the 9 could be in a little bit of trouble.
I think that, A.J. Allmendinger, Marcus Ambrose, McMurray, these guys have got to take the chance. The guys that are for sure.
They have to.
The guys that are in trouble right now, if guys do stay out, are Johnson, Dale Jr.
Junebug and Johnson.
I'm looking at Kane and Hamlin. Those guys are out. Everybody else, Brad, I'm telling you, if there's enough cautions, these guys can make it.
But it's something else for your team.
Right.
We don't normally talk about JTG Doherty Racing as a team that runs up front. You could say you have nothing to lose by gambling.
I think for me, for my race team, in this season, we've been trying to build upon things. And so trying to have good, solid runs. We knew we were capable of having a good run this week. We want to back it up. We thought we were capable of having a good run last week. We were. We were in the top 12 and got wrecked. So I think it's about building blocks. You don't want to throw it all out and take a gamble and end up finishing 35th. You want to make sure you get a good, solid finish because of the effort you put in.
However, from the owner's perspective, and this is something we talked about a little bit earlier, there's a large incentive to make the change.
Yeah, well, there is. And the biggest thing is actually for our business partners. We've got great partners that are with us, and Clorox and Kimberly-Clark and all those folks. So we want to have a great day and get in the victory lane for those folks. But as far as the business side for Tad, Jody, and myself, it's business as usual. We'll keep marching on no matter what. So we want to make sure we get a solid day because our people have worked very, very hard.
I'm telling you, just need to stay on the racetrack, buddy.
I know it, man.
You can talk all that stuff.
Run out of gas, though, man.
Oh, come on.
You know who else is going to be fun to
Get
watch
nerves,
as this
man.
race
You gotta
goes
have some
green?
nerves.
That
Killing me.
would be Kurt Busch. He's been strong all day.
He has, Nicole, and he has stayed on the racetrack. One of the keys to running on the road course. Or we might have missed a couple of things out there. What has it been like for you today?
It's been a nice, smooth race for us. House Automation Chevy's fast. We're in position. We got to pit one more time for a splash of gas. Most of the guys in front of us have to put on 4 tires still. So we hope to spend less time on pit road. But right now we're right with Ambrose. We restarted with him. And I got in front of him, and then he outbroke us getting into the bus stop. And I'm like, you know what, you go ahead. You punch the holes, and I'll follow you for a while because we still have to pit one more time. But it feels good to run up front. We're a top 5 car, and we got a shot at winning this thing.
And you mentioned top 5, and I know Marcos is really hard to match on speed, but do you feel like in the right circumstances, restart, maybe something like that, you could win today?
It's all about putting yourself in position, and Gene Haas and all these guys have helped me do that, and here we are. I mean, it's just a matter of executing now. This is when the race really ramps up. Now the brakes are going to be cold. People are going to be attacking the track hard, and after this cycle on how it all shakes out, we hope we're in front of the 9, and then we got to run like that little rabbit out in front.
And see if Marcus can catch him, Nicole.
Thank you, Doc. One of the biggest stories coming into this day is that of the 14 car. Tony Stewart is not in the car today. He was involved in an accident last night on a sprint car race, and another competitor was killed in that accident, Kevin Ward Jr. Tony Stewart decided to not race today. Regan Smith is in the car. Here's Regan Smith's day. 11:55 a.m. That is when he landed here in Watkins Glen. Gets off the chopper with helmet, suit, seat in hand. Goes into the garage, and within 15 minutes, the car is being pushed out to the track. Started at the back of the field, and so far has had a pretty decent run.
He's had a real good run throughout the day, hasn't made any mistakes whatsoever. You can tell he's driving the car pretty cautiously, not getting real aggressive, although now's probably the time to start getting aggressive and pushing a little bit harder. But I think Regan's did a great job all day long, and he did run yesterday's nationwide race, so he's got some pretty good experience under his belt.
Sitting in 20th, Doc.
Indeed, and Chad Johnston, the crew chief, just echoed the same thing that Rusty said. He thinks Regan has done a great job so far. Regan, how difficult is it to get in a car like this, a Cup car, all the horsepower, and you haven't been on the track in terms of even finding the braking points?
I'd say the braking points are the toughest thing for me today. I just, I feel like I'm good one lap and I'm bad the next lap on them. So the race car's fast. The guys at Stewart Haas have great equipment, great cars. I'm just trying to catch up with the equipment right now. It's a situation where the first 30 laps were just kind of practice and getting reacclimated and realizing that I was burning the rear tires off of it and needed to calm down just a little bit and protect stuff a little bit more than the nationwide cars. But, the team's done a really nice job, and we'll try and get some spots here at the end. I think we got a good pit strategy that we're playing, and, see how it all works out.
How comfortable are you inside the car? We saw you get off the helicopter, you and Mr. H, and you were carrying the seat inserts. They didn't have much time to adjust for you. Are you able to, as far as pedals are concerned, and seat proximity to the steering wheel?
Yeah, it's close enough. It's obviously not perfect. You're never going to be perfect when you're in somebody else's race car, but it's a similar seat mold to what I run, similar height with drivers and stuff like that. So we didn't have to do too much work there. They talked to my guys and got the measurements before I even got here, and brought what we could with us to try and make it go a little bit smoother and a little bit easier. And I had Mr. H helping me carry stuff. That's a pretty big deal right there. Just want to finish the day off strong and avoid whatever wrecks are coming and try to get as much as we can.
I know it's a tough day for your buddy Tony Stewart and this entire team. When you got here, when Mr. Hendrick got you up here and you got in the car, what kind of expectations did they say? What did they want you to try to do with the car? What were they expecting to happen when you put you in the car?
I don't know that we really had any expectations. Just go out there and race, and that's it. It's been, obviously a long day for everybody, everybody here with the team, and just go out and race and see what the day brings us, and we'll go from there. So, that's about the only expectations you can have.
Well done so far.
All right, thanks, Doc.
Regan Smith having to climb in the car, got here, as you said, Nicole, and basically he's not been in a Sprint Cup car since last May at Dover, has not been on a road course in the Sprint Cup car. He just told me since this race 2 years ago when he finished 9th. Been a long time, and it's a different approach now than it was back then on a road course in a Sprint Cup car.
Thanks, Doc. While we have been here at Watkins Glen, the investigation is ongoing into what happened last night at Canandaigua Speedway, which is about an hour from here. About an hour ago, the Sheriff's Department did have another press conference. They did say that there are no criminal charges pending involving Tony Stewart. There's no evidence to support criminal charges. They are asking fans to submit any video of the incident last night. The DA will continue the investigation. He did say cautiously, this is only 16 hours old. We will continue to investigate, but Tony Stewart is free to go. Again, he is not at the track today. He left this morning.
Yeah, sad day for all involved, and we hate this continues to evolve, but just really feel bad for the Ward family, and our blessings
20 years old.
And everything goes out to those folks, and tough day.
I echo what you just said. The Kevin Ward family is the most important thing right now. This is really a tough deal on them. They're sitting back there, all of them crying, I'm sure. I know Tony Stewart sitting at home, very, very upset. and this thing will play out. We'll see what happens.
An unspeakable tragedy, and no conversation really should overshadow the fact that 20-year-old Kevin Ward Jr. did lose his life last night. Our thoughts go out to his family. More from Watkins Glen in just a few.
NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Watkins Glen is brought to you by Mobil 1, the official motor oil of NASCAR. Mobil 1, the amazing Spider-Man 2 on Blu-ray combo pack and digital, August 19th. Taco Bell breakfast, wake up, live Moss. And Victory Motorcycles, ride one and you'll own one. VictoryMotorcycles.com.
Just over an hour into the red flag here at Watkins Glen International after the nasty crash involving Ryan Newman and Michael McDowell over between turns 5 and 6. The guardrail barrier repairs continue. They've got all the support posts into the ground, are attaching the third and final strand of the Armco barrier, and then a little bit of work on that catch fencing behind it, and we should be ready to go sooner than later here. And get this race underway. Still a third of the race to go as we continue to wait out the restart. And now for these drivers and teams, the big reset button pushed. You're in the rhythm of the race, you're going. Now you've had a chance to stop and think about where you stand and what position you're in going forward from here to the finish. Let's show you what's happened up to this point in the race. A little recap of the day. This was Cole Witt earlier, turn 1.
Yeah, had some brake issues, high braking area that he was going into, but he said the rear brakes just weren't there to stop him. But the tires did slow him down, got out of the car safely.
That was way back at lap number 9 for Cole Witt. Kyle Busch, one of the favorites anytime you come to the Glen, has had his problems today.
Yeah, he's had a multitude of problems and had to go to the garage to do some repairs after they got some damage to the car. All kinds of things happened to them. They took some equipment out of the pits, and that put them in a situation where they're a lap down trying to make something happen. That's where he got the damage.
And so Kyle currently off the racetrack and shown in 42nd position. Really been a strategy session, and A.J. Allmendinger's been the one kind of on an island where strategy's concerned.
Yeah, they kind of decided before this race ended they were going to make this a 3-stop race for them.
Yeah, and it's working out for them, too. The way these caution flags have fallen, I believe it's going to work out for the 47 team. We've seen a little different strategy from the 9. They're on a 2-stop strategy. They still need to make one more.
And now the reason we're under the red flag, this happening at lap 55 of 90, Ryan Newman and Michael McDowell.
Yeah, just a very narrow area that you can see here, happening coming out of what we call turn 5. Newman trying to avoid the 16 car of Greg Biffle, who had slowed as he got off just a little bit. Then just a huge impact. But fortunately, because of the safety that's instituted by NASCAR for these cars and for these drivers, that both of these drivers are able to walk away.
And the repairs that earlier, and you saw just a minute ago the progress that's been made in getting that barrier back into shape. Now, we're not done seeing the yellow flag. If you look at past trends, the Danger Zone, brought to you by Nationwide Insurance, shows to you that in recent years, the number of cautions in the last third of the race is much more significant than in the first and second thirds of the race. So we'll see. Jeff Gordon, one of the dominant figures in this one. He's led the most laps. But, Doc, he's 4 laps down now in 41st.
Yeah, absolute domination by the pole sitter today. And, Jeff, other than we heard a little bit of lack of rear grip, it seemed like the car was just sailing, and then suddenly you said something like shut off. What happened?
Yeah, the Drive to Hunger Chevy was really, really strong. I was having so much fun out there leading and battling with Marcus Ambrose, who I have so much respect for on these tracks. But I don't know, we got a little bit behind on the lap. Marcus came in the lap before us, and between that and I got held up a little bit on that lap, we got behind. So we were charging back, getting to him, and then I came off of the carousel. Just all power went out, and I flipped batteries and did everything that we do in that situation, and just never had any power. So not sure what caused that. We've changed the battery. We have power right now. At some point, we're probably going to have to change both batteries. But right now, we're going to try to get some laps back and stay in this thing. We're not going to give up just because we're several laps behind. We're going to charge hard all the way to the end.
I love your crew chief, Alan Gustafson. That's the thing he said on the radio. He said, we're 4 laps back, but we're going to get a lot of cautions. We're going to get laps back. We're going to be able to pit and get laps back, and we can get back in this. Obviously, he's the consummate optimist.
Yeah, and they've been giving me such amazing race cars. So he's a great crew chief all the way around, and he's a great leader. And these types of incidents are going to happen, and it's how you handle them. And these guys have handled it really well so far. And that's what's going to make us championship caliber. So, I hate that we had such an opportunity to win this race. It got away from us, but we're going to fight hard all the way to the checkered flag and see what we can get out of it.
Well said. Let's go to Vince.
With Matt Kenseth, he is currently in the top 10 as well and has stopped a couple of times, so not too far off of where you need to be fuel-wise, I would imagine. You've had some time on the 18 box with Kyle Busch's team and also visiting with your own crew chief. You guys got things figured out yet, or are you still rolling the dice a little bit?
You're asking the wrong guys. I'm just driving it. But yeah, I think Jason's strategy has been working good. I think we're in pretty good shape where we're at. So hopefully they'll get that fixed pretty soon, and we can go racing. Our Dollar General Camry's been pretty solid. We haven't been as good as the top few. But then the runs we can do okay. We seem to be hanging in the top 10 most of the time. So hopefully this whole pit sequence will work out, and we'll be able to get some good restarts and keep our track position.
I know the cars are a lot different, but you did run the nationwide race yesterday. You hadn't done that the year before. Feel any benefit from that today? Or I know you experienced enough to know what to pull from it and what not, but
I don't know. I could probably answer that question at the end of the day, maybe a little better. I mean, there's a few little things maybe here or there you pick up. You're on the same track, same tire. You only come here once a year, so it probably doesn't hurt. But the cars are just drastically different. The horsepower difference and the downforce difference, all that stuff is just it's a lot. So the cars really drive a lot different. You really have to change your points a lot and your style even somewhat. So it's a fair amount different.
Thanks. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Dave?
Vince, there's a lot of ways to figure fuel mileage and strategy in NASCAR. Vickers has a brand new one. Backgammon, how is that going to get us to the checkers ahead of everybody else?
It is. I don't know. It's not, probably. But it's a great way to bide some time until we can get back on the racetrack. Just really proud of Billy and all these guys on this Aaron's team. They've done a great job. We have a really good car. The Camry's running good all day. We've had great pit stops, good strategy. The last caution kind of caught us off guard. We were still on the track. A bunch of guys pitted right before the caution come out, and we lost some track position there, but we can recover.
Well, no one has explained to me how, if you pitted on lap 52, you parlay that into victory from here. Can you explain to me how that might work out?
I don't know. Talk to me in 52 laps. How many laps are left?
Let me see. 90 minus 52 is something like 38. Yeah. Plus possible. That's too long. You can't go that far on fuel.
I don't think so. I mean, I know a lot of guys are probably going to try, and we'll see. Only time will tell, right? It'll be interesting.
Exactly. Okay, go king that one and get a Yahtzee in the dice there or something. So, Brian Vickers, 13th right now. Another fast race car, Alan, waiting to get back out there.
Glad the math on your feet was better than the backgammon rules there, Dave. Very nice. So that really is the question as we look at them finishing up the repair to the barrier over there at the accident site is what will the strategy play give us for a running order when this thing goes back under the green flag? We basically have two different strategies going on, two different groups on the racetrack. The lead, three of the first four cars in the running order, Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Casey Kane, and Denny Hamlin, four of the first five, are all on a schedule where they've only stopped once in the entire race, and they're going to need to stop really soon. Then you got everybody else like Allmendinger and Marcus Ambrose and so on who've stopped a couple of times, and they're going to need to stop again, but not be there as long. Question is, when are these guys going to happen? When the yellow flag comes back out and pit road is opened, what are we going to see?
Well, what we're going to see is how many caution laps are we going to run, and how much people are willing to gamble. They can go about 30 laps, maybe 32, some of them on the outside under green if we go green. And if they have caution laps, then they can gamble on that, extending that range a little bit. These guys that pitted at lap 52, they've got to go, 38 laps to make it to the end. They would need, and that's 8 laps longer than most guys can go, so they'd need about 16 laps of caution to do that in that segment. I don't see them run that many caution laps. I think all of them are going to have to make another pit stop. Allmendinger, I think there's actually 3 different strategies in play. Allmendinger's on that, what I would call 3-stop strategy. The other ones are on either a 2-stop or a 2.5 stop. We saw how the 9 car made that pit stop under caution, so they're going to come in for a short stop and try to leapfrog the guys that are going to have to change 4 tires.
The mass walking toward the grid. Drivers have been called to their cars. They'll begin to buckle in and refasten the safety equipment, and we'll get this race back underway momentarily as they've just about wrapped up the repair work down there between turns 5 and 6. So we're going to see some more cautions. That's a given. And so to sum this up, if you're a crew chief, it's a matter of how many caution laps are you willing to gamble you're going to get that might determine what you do here.
Yeah, you see there's 34 laps to go. They're going to come back around and complete at least one more lap before they can pit. So there's going to be 33 laps to go. I expect to see everyone pit then. And maybe if they can't go 33 laps, then they're going to gamble on having more caution laps. It looks like it's a pretty good gamble today, but so we'll see how that all works. That's what I expect to see, though.
I'm glad you gave all of that to the crew chief. So I was going to be like the rest of these drivers and defer to him anyway and say, we don't know. Just tell me when to pit and what we're going to do and how hard I can go race. And that's the other thing. These drivers now are going to have to get their mindset back. You have this break and, you're just trying to relax, but getting yourself geared up and ready to go and knowing the job that you have to do. Most of them will do it, but it could take a few laps for them to get back in that rhythm.
There is an adrenaline and an intensity to being in competition, and now you got to work your way back up to that again. We are at the point of the day where this race was supposed to be over, and SportsCenter should be here on this network. SportsCenter being shown over on ESPN News right now as our action still only 2/3 complete here at Watkins Glen today. The big hour-plus red flag delay for the nasty crash and the barrier repairs delaying the proceedings here for some time. Quick reminder about tonight with Major League Baseball coming up. The Braves and the Nationals fighting for the lead in the National League East. The rubber game in the series. Tonight, it's 8 Eastern. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Also live on Watch ESPN. Should be just moments away from the engines being refired and the race being resumed here at Watkins Glen International in upstate New York. In the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York sits Watkins Glen International, the home of American road racing. They've been racing in these parts since 1948, first in the streets of the village, and up here on the permanent course. NASCAR racing since 1957, and in the modern era since 1986. It is the super speedway of road courses. It's fast, and as we've seen plenty of evidence of today, it's treacherous at times. An hour plus red flag wrapping up after that hard crash. Fortunately, both Ryan Newman and Michael McDowell walking away okay. We talked with them earlier, and now the drivers being buckled back in along the front stretch, and shortly the field will fire up and we'll get going once again. 34 laps to go in the race. Just joining us, Jeff Gordon and Marcos Ambrose. That man were the two dominant drivers for much of the event. Gordon falling by the wayside. You heard from him moments ago with electrical problems on the 24 car. He's now 4 laps down. But Ambrose, after getting clear of Gordon, appears to have one of the best cars in this race. He's right now back in 7th place because of the strategy shuffle, and we'll see where he ends up after the pit road is open here under the caution, and whatever play is made reveals itself. Still have 27 cars on the lead lap, and other headline stories on the day. Troubles for 2 of the drivers who've been part of the big 3 racing for the win here the last few years. Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, both off the racetrack with troubles on their cars. Keselowski brake problems, and Kyle Busch some hard contact and significant left front damage. This is a real danger spot on the race for this team. Right, Andy? Last year, it was the last pit stop in the strategy that led to that line I used earlier, that you can have the best car and the best driver and not win the race if you don't get the strategy just right.
Yep, it is. This is where it's all going to play out. As soon as they come around under caution and you see who comes down pit road and who, if anybody, thinks they can stretch that fuel tank that far.
Has to be one of the most anticipated openings of pit road ever been a part of, doesn't it?
Well, I think it's because we've had an hour to talk about it.
Yeah, and so have they.
Yeah. Yeah.
The king letting somebody else make that decision.
He's thinking the same thing most people are. Well, one of 2 things. Wonder how it's going to turn out. And all right, let's get this thing going.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to keep Marcos Ambrose back, though. He's had a fast car today.
Yeah, sure has.
You know, and the thing is, with their strategy, I mean, they need to make sure they get full, but they have one of the few drivers out here that we've seen over the last few years able to make passes and make their way up through. But as we saw last year, you can't get yourself back to where trouble can find you.
Yeah, you can't count on that, because even though he's as good as he is, he did find trouble last year, and he doesn't want to do that. He wants to try to keep this car up front where he can control the race for himself.
Listen. The sound of some racing engines roaring to life. Some, not all. Some people are going to play that fuel strategy even under this red and yellow flag. Wait till the last second to fire it up. This last red flag, an hour and 21 minutes. Remember that they put him under the red flag down in turn 1, fired him up, put the yellow out, rolled him back around to the front stretch here, and then shut him down so that the drivers could get out of the car under this extended delay in the race today. Red flag withdrawn. Yellow flag back out. Pace car going to roll off. You'll see left of the screen Brad Keselowski and Kyle Busch's cars that were back in the garage when the red flag was withdrawn. Stopped down at the end of pit road. They have to wait until the whole field comes past and rejoin in at the tail end of the line. And a few of the drivers that took some damage in the crash earlier but continued ducking immediately down the pit lane to try and get some work done. Danica Patrick's car, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s, Paul Menard's, all on the pit road now before the pit road is open.
penalty for that will be starting at the rear of the field, but they just needed the extra time to work on the car, so they'll take that penalty.
So everybody rolling. Pit road will be open this first time by. And I don't know, we're what, 2.5 minutes or so under the caution here from an interesting turning point in this race.
It'll actually be 32 laps to go when they come back around. Now tripped over the start-finish line.
A lot of times before the race, we see the crew members stretching out, jogging in place, getting loosened up. They've had this hour-and-a-half delay also.
Yeah, you get stiff when you sit around waiting on this repair. And I guess most of these teams try to stay loose and be ready for the stop because this is the one that counts.
Reed Sorensen is going to get the free pass under the caution, so you'll see him come around the pace car as the field comes back toward pit road. And they come down through the spot where all the repairs were made, and the trouble happened that put us under that long red flag. You're a crew chief at this time. You ever nervous at this moment?
Yeah. I've been nervous all day.
This is the call that makes it or breaks it.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Here comes Sorensen. There's Drew Blickensderfer. Chad Knaus. Kenny Francis. Everybody getting ready. They've made their decisions. Now you see how it turns out.
Yeah, there's a lot of those crew chiefs that have a lot of pressure, but probably none more than Drew Blickensderfer, who has the driver and the car that could get them in the chase here today. His decision is huge right here.
Who comes in? Who stays out? Of the people that come in, how many are there just to top off the fuel? Those first couple, they're going to be there for a while. They need a full tank. That's that Carl Edwards that stayed out.
Maybe even Greg Biffle. I can't tell who that was.
Here we go. Dave.
Earnhardt and Johnson haven't been on pit road since lap 27 and 28. They will need tires. Marcus Ambrose, he was on pit road on lap 52 for tires and fuel. He gets a 2-second splash and is gone. Doc.
A.J. Allmendinger, and the call has been made gas only for Allmendinger. He put tires on at lap 48, fuel only, so Allmendinger should be one of the first cars off of pit road, and yes, he will be. There's the one car right with him of McMurray.
There's the race off pit lane. A lot of splashing and gassing. Carl Edwards, the new leader. An interesting restart coming up. Maybe the turning point of the race for Marcos Ambrose.
Yeah, they just came in for a splash, stalled it, and he lost a couple of spots as they came off pit road to some key cars, the 4 car of Harvick and the 41 of Kurt Busch.
Carl Edwards did not pit. He's the leader. 31 laps to go. A.J. Allmendinger to his outside. Here they come. Watch the charge down to turn 1 and watch that yellow 9 car.
Clear on the bottom, clear all around, clear all around, clear all around.
That Ambrose is so.
That is
my goodness.
It's like he glides through him, doesn't he?
Yeah. Big moment, though. Allmendinger clearing Greg Biffle. Biffle another one besides Edwards, who stayed out and didn't pit. Allmendinger through to second. Kurt Busch through to third behind Carl Edwards. They've got a gap and a few cars between them and Ambrose. And there's Kevin Harvick up in 6th.
Oh, Ambrose.
He needs to be careful about trying to lock those wheels up and getting too much right here because he has to have this set of tires to the end.
Yeah. There's not that sense of urgency to this point yet. He's good enough that he can make this work if he doesn't abuse this car.
Allmendinger blows past Carl Edwards into the lead. Harvick tangled up with Casey Mears behind him. Ambrose goes through him.
That certainly hurt Harvick's chances right there. Still has a fast race car, though.
Just that hesitation.
Yeah, saw Harvick get down in there pretty hard, but lost it back in for just a split second. Here comes Ambrose for another spot.
Made that look easy. You know, with Harvick, he tried to force the issue there to try to make that spot. He knew he had to try to do whatever he could to stay in front of Ambrose, but it cost him. It's a little too aggressive.
Allmendinger leads. Ambrose up to 4th. 2 of the drivers we talked about could make their season by winning this race. Here's Kurt Busch on Carl Edwards for 2nd. Ambrose going to follow through the open door.
Look at that 9 car go through that corner.
All of these drivers, though, are still going to be looking for some help for fuel with caution laps, though, to get this point. But this is important, hard racing right here to position yourself. You want to be in control of this restart whenever that does happen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Right now, they're not thinking about any fuel savings whatsoever. They're trying, for Ambrose especially, he's trying to get as many spots as he can, and then he'll worry about the fuel savings later. He's put himself in a pretty good position right now.
These top 3 drivers certainly looking at that. This is just a huge opportunity to put themselves and their team in the chase.
Allmendinger, Kurt Busch, Marcos Ambrose, then Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle. Your top 5, Kevin Harvick there at the end of that lead group. They put a little gap on 7th place, Matt Kenseth.
Kurt Busch really strong up out of the S's there. A little gap between he and that 9, which you want to do so he can't outbrake you into that inner loop.
Just listening to Kurt Busch during the red flag, he sounded really confident that he had what he needed to maybe be able to beat this 9 car if he could get track position. Well, he has it right now. The 47 car getting a little smaller, though.
The question then becomes, how many more laps of caution do some of these people need to make it to the 90-lap distance or more, including the race leader, A.J. Allmendinger?
Well, we ain't planning on saving until later, so run the hell out of it if he wants right now. Well, now it looks like he's really trying hard right now, driving away.
Yeah, I think they're going to need 5 or 6, these leaders, or 5 or 6 laps of caution in this segment to be able to make it to the finish, but they just can't worry about it right now. They have to try to put some distance on these guys as far as Allmendinger. And for the 9 car, he needs to try to get by Kurt Busch to get up there where he can even race the 47 and put some pressure on him.
Whoop. Thought Kurt had it hung out there just a little bit. The 9 had a run at him.
Yeah, it looked like a slip, but he was able to get through there pretty quick.
Well, he had it hung out there, but he saved it. He did a nice job. That car took a set, and he was able to get back to the gas.
That outer loop right there, the carousel, Ambrose has been wide the last 3 laps through there, so his car not making that right-hand turn at speed the way he wants or the way it was earlier in the race.
Well, even early in the race, he said his car was tight, and it showed up first right in that carousel. Those sweeping right-hander where it makes a full 180, really, and that's where it's going to hurt him the most. I think he's still just a little bit tight.
Yeah, you can see he really tries to attack that back in the gas really hard to carry that speed. He may have to adjust that style just a little bit to be a little softer on the gas until he gets to the center and then get that drive off to maybe make a run to where he could outbrake him into turn 6.
Yeah, it's certainly not his strong point up in the carousel, so what he needs to do is try to minimize what he loses in that section so he can capitalize in the sections where he's strong. And that's getting into this bus stop area that he's going to hit at the top of the S's.
And I think the tight race car is showing up here as they get up through the S's, because you still have to have the car handling in that point. You can see that Kurt Busch in his 41 is able to gap him as they come up through the S's down the back straightaway to where Ambrose can't get to him and outbrake him.
But you see, that's his strong point, right through that switchback section of the bus stop. It looks like he used a little more discipline that time. He didn't gain on Kurt, actually lost a little bit, but not as much as the lap before.
Yeah, and I think some of this time he's actually trying to go in there and make somewhat of a diamond.
5 laps on his tires. 5 more on his tires.
A little bit of a diamond out of that to where he can try to get a straight shot and maybe make a big run off of turn 5 that would allow him to get up beside of Kurt Busch down to turn 6.
Heard Kurt Busch at the beginning of our day during NASCAR Countdown talking about that last corner being the problem spot that's given him troubles over the years. Here's Ambrose with a big run.
Oh my, I cannot believe he pulled that off.
Why? I don't know how
he wasn't even in position to do that.
No.
To second place. Exclamation point.
Yeah, and you didn't see a bit of tire smoke, anything. It wasn't like that he just completely overdrove it, although it looked like that's what it was going to take to make that work.
Now we watch the gap. That's 1 7/10 seconds up to A.J. Allmendinger, last lap by. There's Ambrose wide again in that right-hand carousel.
Yeah, he really likes to do that again. He takes it out there, something like you would do at some short tracks and things like that. You know, we see him make that at Bristol somewhat. He's really good at Bristol to where he'll take it up in the center and cut it back across, drive it straight, carry a lot of speed on the exit of the corner. But he just has speed everywhere.
At this point, if I was Drew Blickensderfer, I would tell him to just be disciplined. Don't try to overdrive the car. You're in a really good spot right now. The 47 probably won't have enough fuel to make it to the end if we don't have a caution flag. So why push it at this point? Because all you're going to do is use too much car that you'll need later.
Well, when DJ stands up and says, wow, look at that, it's worth a second look.
This was incredible. I mean, he really wasn't in a position to make this pass. Kurt Busch knew that he needed to guard that position, but there was nothing that he could do in that part. You can see Kurt tried to let his car go on down in there, carry the speed, but that made him get out there wide. Ambrose didn't give him much choice in that matter either.
25 to go. Still there, still there, still there. You're clear, all clear, all clear.
He just never slid the back or the front, nothing. I mean, gosh, I would have looked so forward to coming to this place if I could drive like that. It would have been a ton of fun.
Nobody does it better than Marcus Ambrose. That is incredible.
Ambrose a little faster than Allmendinger that lap, but still about 2 seconds behind. Lost a few tenths in making the pass on Kurt Busch. And a good look back through the running order. We're looking for Jimmie Johnson and Dale Earnhardt Jr., the guys that needed to take 4 tires and a full load of fuel on their second stop, while these other guys were just taking that splash. You see it shuffle Jimmy all the way back to 17th. He's moved up to 12th. And a handful of spots behind Jimmy is Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming into the bus stop there in the 88.
Yeah, you could just tell when we talked to them during the red flag that they knew that their strategy was totally against them, because they've got the same amount of fuel. All they've got is better tires, but they've got no track position whatsoever on these guys. So they're not in any better shape fuel-wise than what the guys up front are.
Run on Martin Truex there, and Junior takes that spot. 15th place.
Yeah, he's had a good car all day. He's done an excellent job driving.
Update on Dale Jr. from Dave.
Well, we heard Junior say after qualifying, one of the reasons why it's been such a good weekend for him is that the car was so good that he didn't have to think about things he had to do to make more speed on the racetrack. You know, sometimes the driver knows his limitations, and Junior said, I just had to get out there and drive it. I didn't have to overthink or overdo anything. The car was that good.
Been very solid all day, but the fall of cautions and where the strategy is played out, not in his favor at the moment. A lot of racing still to go. Last lap or two, while we were checking back in on Jimmy and Junior, Allmendinger has opened a little more of a gap on Ambrose. He's opened it up to 2.2 seconds.
And I wonder if that's, not sure that Ambrose wouldn't be just holding back just a little bit, letting Allmendinger get out there, maybe abusing his car. I don't know that you can save enough fuel running under the green to make a difference here.
Yeah, I don't either. And when you say a little bit, I think it's very little that Marcus Ambrose is slowed up, because looking at the lap times, they're still really fast, and the times that they're running, they're not able to save any fuel at all.
Really beginning to work that steering wheel inside the 9 car. You saw the back end slide a little bit on the curbing as he powered up exiting turn 1.
There you go. You're catching him. You've got older tires than you, nice and smooth. Beat him at 10. Keep it up, nice and smooth. Let me.
Dave Lickensdorfer on the radio to his driver, Marcus Ambrose, offering encouragement.
How cool is this, though? The drivers that needed to come here to race their way into the chase, here they are running first and second right now. Obviously, there's others, but these are the 2 accomplished road racers.
Yep. .2 seconds, still that lap by. Doc, how about Allmendinger and where they stand on fuel?
Well, I went up to talk to crew chief Brian Burns just a moment ago, and when he could take a deep breath, which wasn't very often watching his car come roaring by, he said, based on our calculations of the pace that we were running, we should be able to make it through and into the final lap. I said, does that mean complete the final lap? He said, no, that means into the final lap. He said, based on the pace we're running right now, it may take our fuel mileage back to the white flag lap, so they may need a little help.
Yeah, that's what I think too, Doc. Just because they were already on that 3-stop strategy, which tells me that they really didn't have the fuel range to do it, to do even the 30 laps. And the times that they're running right now, like I said, are using a lot more fuel. I just don't think the 47 can make it without some caution laps in here. Actually, I don't think the 9 can either.
Well, let's find out. Dave is in the 9 pit.
They think they can. They've not told their driver to save. I just checked in with the team, and they think they're going to be good at least to the scheduled distance, and then we get into that whole other thing. So the 9 car looking good right now. He's not been asked to save. By the way, when they were giving him lap times, etc., he did ask them to just let him drive. Marcus is very focused right now, trying to chase down AJ.
You're seeing that 47 car grow a lot smaller.
Yeah, there's not much difference in their lap times, but that 47 has been just a little bit quicker here, probably 4 out of the last 5 laps. One thing that we've seen from Ambrose over the years, though, even as fast as he is, he's fast at the end of a run. You would think that if he's going to be that fast, especially at the beginning and middle of a run, he's just going to really wear the tires out and abuse the car, but you don't really see that happen to him.
So without cautions, Allmendinger's team thinks they're a little bit short. Ambrose's team thinks they're okay. Andy says, well,
I don't
maybe.
know.
How about Kurt Busch's team?
Fuel. About a lap and a half short right now. Chances of let these guys race each other and run out. We got to go conservative.
Yeah, it's still even hard to get a lap and a half. If you're trying to do what they're doing under green, I don't see them being able to do that.
So that's third place Kurt Busch. Carl Edwards, along with Greg Biffle, did not pit on that last caution. Edwards' last pit stop was at lap 52 of 90. And Vince, this would appear to be another gamble by Jimmy Fennick. He's been pretty successful with some of these this season, including in their win out at Sonoma.
And they have the opportunity to gamble because they already have a couple of wins as they look ahead to the chase. So they did indeed stay out, as you mentioned, to have that lead very briefly. Right now, Carl Edwards 3 laps short to the end, hoping for some significant yellow laps. Otherwise, they're going to have to come for a splash, but worth a roll of the dice today in Sonoma.
Casey Mears off at the inner loop from 9th place.
Shane, he was having a good day here today.
Yeah. Logano.
And Jimmy Johnson. Good job by Logano, though.
Oh, he had to go to the next county to dodge that.
Now that's tough luck for Casey and company. On the same strategy as Edwards and Biffle, trying to stretch it out, and it didn't work out. I was interested in Allmendinger's comments earlier about how every time he thought he wanted his car to do the opposite of what it was doing, like in each run of the race, and how the conditions have changed and swung back and forth wildly. And as we get with still 17 laps to go, which is a considerable amount of racing at Watkins Glen, how much that pendulum might swing either way, in or against his favor, and the same with Ambrose.
Yeah, watching this 47 car, though, and I think that pendulum, it's funny you said it like that, because that's what it looked like. Coming through that bus stop, I see the back tires not gripping on that car like I saw earlier. He's got a few more laps on his tires than, say, Ambrose and Kurt Busch. Looks like it's starting to show up a little bit.
I just think there's places around this racetrack that Ambrose makes time without abusing his tires versus what others do. He does a lot of it on his braking and getting his cars up, so he's not sliding the car as fast through the corner, and which just abuses the tire, heats up the rear tires in particular, and he's really, really good with the throttle on the exit of the corner.
You look at these two racing for the win here, and besides the chase implications, the stories in and around these two drivers and these two cars. There's A.J. Allmendinger, whose career was in jeopardy a couple of years ago when he was suspended from NASCAR, went through the process to be reinstated, got picked up by Roger Penske and given an opportunity to run those Nationwide Series road course races where he put himself in victory lane. Now picking up the ride here with JTG Daugherty Racing, and out leading this race. And all that he's been through, this could truly be the road to recovery, could truly end in victory lane if circumstances fall his way. And the little team that could. Tad and Jody Geschichter and Brad Daugherty operating as a single car team and keeping after it, and knowing that with their driver this was the best chance to win, spent their tests this season on the road courses, and here they are trying to find a way to steal the thunder from the big teams and go to victory lane here at Watkins Glen.
And regardless of what happens, he has really made a good showing today. It shows just what that team is capable of and what talent that A.J. Allmendinger has. I don't know if it's going to all work out in the end, but they've really made a good showing so far.
Working through the lap car of Josh Wise. And then behind him, Marcos Ambrose in the 9. let alone the journey of giving up a successful career in Australia to come to the United States and try and make it in NASCAR racing, that whole road that took him away from his family. Here he is, struggling to find a way to victory lane. Rumors surrounding whether he'll be back with this team next season or going off to Australia, and the journey for Richard Petty and this team, from basically teetering on the verge of being out of business to finding new investors, bringing this team back, bootstrapping it up technically and competitively to where they've got one win already this season with Eric Almirola, one sponsor that reinvested long-term in that 43 car, and this 9 car competing for a win and a possible place in the chase.
Yeah, you're right. It's just 2 tremendous stories, and you wish sometimes that victory lane was big enough for both, because it certainly both would be deserving of that. I think the point's going to be here. Can either one of them even make it? You know, is all this going to go for naught? If we run this to the end, I just see so many cars running out of fuel, or are they going to have to come down pit road? What's going to be happening here? Because everybody's kind of at that same point.
I see the same thing, except that even though it's 14 laps, looks like not very many, it's quite a few laps around here, and there's still time for a caution. There's still time to worry about that later. I think right now they're just focused on making good laps, and somebody's going to be able to make it.
Ambrose eating into the gap a little bit as they've caught some traffic and worked those lap cars here and there on the speedway. Doc?
3 laps ago, Brian Burns, the crew chief for A.J. Allmendinger, was very confident on the radio. The last lap, very nervous. He asked A.J., said, gotta be smooth, buddy, saving fuel. And then at the end of the lap, he said, do whatever you can to get us some fuel mileage. Burns getting nervous. Obviously, the calculations aren't in their favor, and they're worried now, wanting their driver to be able to save as much fuel as he can these final 13 laps.
That's hard to do, and try to hold off Marcus Ambrose.
Well, we heard Kevin Harvick's crew chief, Rodney Childers, in that radio transmission earlier say there's a 100% chance of getting more caution. The trends are that you get more late cautions in this race, but this one, with the number of cars that were damaged in that big wreck and the long red flag, has thinned out a little bit, and it really has me questioning whether we're going to run green to the finish or whether we're going to see another yellow flag to reset the deck.
Yeah, and as I've been watching the scoring monitor here, along with watching this race for the lead, there's 2 drivers I've seen that kind of slowed things down. One really needing a win, and that'd be Jamie McMurray, who is 9th inside the top 10 as this car off.
Caution. Caution out.
Full course caution.
Now you see why I didn't want to worry about it when you were talking.
The other driver I was going to talk about was Dale Earnhardt Jr., who obviously has won 3 times, but he had slowed his pace down quite a bit, and with nothing to lose to see if they could possibly make it, I believe.
Josh Wise stopped off the inner loop, showing Dale Jr.'s car, assuming that there's an association between the two.
I got a tire down the left front.
All right, don't see any association between them. So the lead erased. The saving is ongoing.
Awfully quiet in those 2 cars right now.
Now anticipation turns from the opening of pit road to the restart.
Yeah.
Big. 2 drivers that desperately wanting and needing a victory.
Save fuel. Yeah, I think we got him here. For safe fuel. Safe. He is really close on gas. You should be good here. Good man. Doing an awesome job. He's really worried about you. Keep it on. Keep doing your deal, man.
You know, that tells me that Ambrose has been probably holding back just a little bit until that caution came out. Sounded pretty confident, didn't he?
He did.
He's going to have to keep pace here, though.
Yeah.
Can't cut it off and lose that. You can get past.
Pit road going to be open here. Don't know that we'll see any significant takers. That would certainly be a bluff.
Yeah, they're making it look good.
Cars working their way to turn 6 and 7, and then the opening to the pit lane. Caution a break for Carl Edwards also, saving fuel. We heard the radio transmission from Kurt Busch earlier, needed to save some fuel. This might be just enough to get them to the checkered flag.
Obviously, stay out.
You still have to say it. he knows to stay out, but you still have to confirm it.
Jamie McMurray going to be first in.
Let's go!
McMurray from 9th place and brings a number of cars in behind him. So that's interesting to definitely have fuel to the finish and fresh tires too. Going to have 10 laps to go when we come back to the Glen, and they should be a lot of fun. Cheez-It 355 at the Glen, down to its final stages. Reminder, go to NASCAR.com for all your latest NASCAR information. Going to have 10 laps to go when they come by. A.J. Allmendinger leads. Marcus Ambrose is second. Those two drivers, two who could use a win to get in to the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Not necessarily going to get in on points, those final positions. They could also change this section of things for people by one of those drivers winning and making one fewer positions on points available to make the run to the championship. Ambrose is our ESPN in-race reporter on the day.
Marcus Dale Jarrett, good to talk.
Yes, pal.
Well, my man, this is what it's all about. You've got yourself in this position. We know you have the talent. Is the car there to win this race here in these final 10 laps?
I was stalking the 47 there pretty good, so I think he's starting to lose his tyres quicker than I am. So we've got a shot here at it. Looking forward to the end here, see what we got.
All right, thanks for talking with us. Good luck.
Thanks, Dale.
Curious if the chewing of fingernails eased any when that caution came out in the 47 pit, Doc.
Let's check in with Brian Burns over here talking to the engineer beside him. We'll get a quick comment. Brian, we heard you were nervous about making to the white flag, but now with the yellow, how are you on fuel?
A lot better now. I was going to ask him to save gas with about 10 to go. Don't have to now. It's kind of a blessing on that caution right there. So this caution right here, he can save all he can under this one, and we'll be able to go green to the end.
What about the rear tires? We're seeing him start to slide some. Does that concern you at all, the grip he's got in the back?
No, Scott Product Chevy's been good all day, just a little lacking rear grip earlier, but once he got out front this run, asked him how the car was, and he said there's no issues at all, so he's ready.
All right, Brian Burns, and those tires are going to be on the car if he makes it to 42 laps. Alan?
Well, the two drivers running first and second could sure use a victory. For Allmendinger, it would be his first in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. For Ambrose, it would be his third, all three here at the Glen.
Yeah, and just what a great story that they put themselves and their teams in this position. I mean, they came here, used to test. They're both great road racers, but here they are at the front of the pack right now to settle it between the two of them unless they argue a little too much over that front spot.
And if something happens between them, there's Kurt Busch sitting in third position in the 41 and eyeing the two ahead of him.
Rick, I'm sure Kurt knows, but just remind him those two are racing for the chase spot. Oh yeah, that's probably why he basically went into conserve mode, I'm sure.
Get ready to come to the green. Check downstairs with Dave.
Alan just checked with Daniel Knost. He's the crew chief for Kurt Busch. And I said, with these savings, can you make it? He gave me the close sign. Close.
Interesting. So in last year's race, under that cautions breed cautions theme, there were 2 cautions inside the final 10 laps. We're going to go green here with 9 laps to go. And you're getting a look at the restart order here.
Oh, there's potential.
The whole take and giving thing's gone. It's swapped ends now completely to the other side to where you take everything that you can get as a driver, and that's probably what will create another caution for us.
Time for a big restart and a big moment in today's race in determining the outcome. Jimmy Johnson's around. And more collected. Regan Smith. Caution's out again.
We get a gas in it.
That was an excellent restart by A.J. Allmendinger. I'm not sure that, one, Ambrose is going to be very happy about it, and I'm not sure how NASCAR will take it. We'll see if they happen to say anything to him, but he did a great job.
I saw it. It looked like he slowed down just a little bit right before he went. Worked in his advantage, though.
A tough ending to a very tough day for the 14 team. Tony Stewart choosing not to race today. Regan Smith getting here at the last minute, getting caught up when Jimmy Johnson got bumped here.
It's like maybe a little tap from Matt Kenseth in the 20 car. But that's also tight down there. I mean, you're just all going for the same real estate. Regan Smith trying to avoid that, just nowhere to go. Looks like Matt might have got a little tap too to send him up there.
Stay low, dig, dig, dig. Stay low, protected from the 22. Get low, get low.
Kyle Larson there.
Clear, all clear.
Yeah, looked like Larson was the first one to make contact with Matt Kenseth.
I'll get all clear high. Still.
So the pattern proves true of cautions, and here's that restart, Andy.
Yeah, we see that little move right there. It's something they don't really like.
You can see Ambrose was trying to time it out as he had gotten back and he pulled up, and just as he got past Allmendinger, AJ saw that. He slowed in just enough and then gassed it up as he knew Ambrose was going to have to slow his car down. It was perfect timing.
See that inside line gets jammed up all the way back to Casey Kane.
And they couldn't have had to wait till they got across the start-finish line there to start fanning out. But once they did, then you can see there, that's where Larson got into the 20, sent the 20 up. He was going to be fine. but that tap from the 42 made Matt Kenseth go over and get into the quarter panel of Jimmy Johnson.
Watch Regan Smith's right here as he tries to get out of the way.
Stay to your left, stay to your left. Stay right there.
There's nowhere to go.
Justin Allgaier filled that hole, and that was it. Well, we talked yesterday about games on restarts being a part of racing right down to the street stock division at the quarter-mile short track. They are in the big time as well, especially when the race win is on the line. And they tend to get people fussing about the tactics of their fellow competitors, which we sometimes pick up on the radio.
Got his dent right there. Yeah, for you. The 9 car just chopped us. Does it again, he goes around. Can't bore on that.
Yeah, that was close getting down in there after Ambrose didn't get off to the start that he wanted. He threw his car down in there and anticipated that Kurt Busch wouldn't run into him. Didn't happen that time, but we kind of hear what may happen the next time if it's like that.
Yeah, he may have already used that favor up.
And the caution helping those who were still close on fuel even more, to be sure.
Yeah, what was it? Rodney Childress said 100% chance?
Yeah.
Having enough cautions to make it? I think he might be right.
Now they're banking fuel on the possibility of a green-white checker and a little overtime racing.
Yeah, that's the next thing they're going to start worrying about, isn't it?
Not that we're not overtime already today. Just joining us, an hour and a half red flag after a nasty crash between turns 5 and 6 involving Ryan Newman and Michael McDowell. Both drivers okay, their cars destroyed, and the guardrail down driver's left destroyed as well, where McDowell's car hit it, and an hour and a half to clean it all up and get the race back going again.
As we look back through the pack there, you can see them all as they're trying to save fuel and go downhill with their cars. But one car that kind of stood out there was Danica Patrick's car, who got a lot of damage over there in that incident coming out of turn 5. But she's sitting here in the 14th spot, doing a really nice job here today.
Picked up some positions on that last caution when a lot of cars pitted, and Tony Gibson had her stay out on the racetrack. Patrick on the same pit stop schedule as Allmendinger and Ambrose and Kurt Busch up ahead of her. But yeah, after an enormously difficult Friday for Patrick, in which first had an engine problem, and then at the end of practice crashed, and they had to bring out a backup car. And difficulties today picking up that damage in the aftermath and the debris of the Ryan Newman-Michael McDowell crash. Still sitting there in 14th place. Dave?
Drew Blickensderfer has made the calls today for Marcus Ambrose. You feel good with how it's going, and wait for Jimmy to go by here and predict the end for us here. It's in Marcus's hands, obviously.
Yeah, I feel good how it's going. Obviously, we'd like to be the leader. I think we got about 4 lap fresher tires than AJ does. Marcus was catching him on that green flag run a little bit slowly. So I think we'll be okay. It's all going to be how you get through turn 1. If we get through turn 1 either in first or second place, I think Marcus has a great shot. I got the best race car driver around Watkins Glen there could be. So our chances are better than most.
And you've been giving him confidence here at the end. Now that he knows that he has the fuel, what else have you been telling him that will... I know he knows how to do it, but what do you tell him?
Well, I try and keep him calm a little bit. Now it's go time. But before, with 20 to go, Marcus, he's that Tasmanian devil. He wants to bite on the steering wheel and go hard every lap. And we knew we'd probably get a caution, bunch us back up, make sure our tires are still better than the 47s, hopefully. And he's done a good job of that.
Kind of get the idea that Drew is the calm with the storm in this group, AB.
Very nice, Dave. So not going to go racing this time, so that will give us what looks like a 5-lap run to the checkered flag when they come back around and get the green flag in another lap and a quarter or so. Went racing with 9 to go, went right back to caution when Jimmy Johnson got turned around in turn 1, and Regan Smith collected him. ESPN is live in Watkins Glen, New York with the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Down to the concluding moments of today's Cheez-It 355. A race delayed an hour and a half by a big crash, no drivers injured. And now down to the waning moments of it with two drivers who desperately need a victory to earn a place in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. It's the only way they're going to get in and compete for the championship is by winning a race. This is their best shot. Road course specialists, A.J. Allmendinger and Marcos Ambrose. They run first and second. Jeff Gordon, dominant driver on the day, out of the race or way behind in the race, 4 laps down in 35th place after suffering electrical problems back earlier in the day. And now we come down to the final couple of laps. And a crucial restart again between the two drivers in first and second. Talked about the last restart and the tactics by Allmendinger and Ambrose's reaction to them. This came across the radios shortly before the one to go was given for this restart.
Get with the crew chiefs on the 47 and 9. That's like a very smooth start here.
Race director David Hoots.
Well, they want it to be fair for everybody, but as you said, as long as there's been racing, there's been games played on restarts.
This is the one a moment ago.
You know, and what Allmendinger did was no different than the game that the 9 was playing in trying to get a little run and start to beat him down into that corner.
So, coming to the green flag through turn number 7. Pace car will pull off, and we'll see how this run downhill to turn 1 goes and how much further than turn 1 the whole field gets. 5 laps left at Watkins Glen. Ambrose with a run to the inside of Allmendinger.
Tied up through here. Trying to go too wide open could be tough. But this is for the race win.
Here comes Carl Edwards and Kurt Busch.
Come on, Bub. Go, go, go.
Ambrose through to the race lead.
Don't think Allmendinger's finished right here. But that was some driving by Marcos Ambrose.
Edwards through Kurt Busch for third. Allmendinger with a big run off that last corner.
He's there. Slip there by the 9. See if there's a crossover move that Ambrose has to do here.
Whoa, there's trouble. There's trouble behind them. Caution is out. Denny Hamlin.
Hit your mark here. You're way better than he is. Hit your mark. Caution's out, caution's out. Caution is out off of 7.
Those barrels at the end of pit road that are filled with gravel and sand have been destroyed.
Left rear damage.
There is the 33 car, totally destroyed. Alex Kennedy's car.
Well, that's a big miss. It's going to take a little while to clean up. This race might go overtime.
Puts them in a whole nother nervous situation, doesn't it, Andy?
Yeah, it does. Although the caution laps will help.
All right, we were all watching that incredible fight for the lead. Let's go and see if we can reconstruct what happened here. Watch the end of the pit lane barrels. That's Denny Hamlin.
Denny back there. It's hard to tell if there was any contact from behind on Denny's part.
So that's at the pit entrance. Then what happened to Kennedy? That was Reed Sorensen that he bounced off of and caught the Armco exiting turn 1. Kennedy out of the car, good to see. And a red flag again is out here at Watkins Glen. As the caution came out and the field was frozen at the timing loops, A.J. Allmendinger is the leader, and he'll be the control car for the restart when we go back at it.
Yeah, I saw him sneak inside the 9. I didn't know if he had made the loop or not before the caution came out, but evidently he did.
Well, that's a great move, and he used up the 9 a lot going down the front straightaway. But you can see here, Ambrose get a little loose, have to chase it out. Allmendinger has a great run. Now this is where things get a little dicey. As you can see the 11 spinning behind. Watch Allmendinger here. It's going to be a lot of contact.
You can see the flag's not out yet.
But you can't fault anything that A.J. Allmendinger did wrong there in making that.
The last scoring loop from the moment of caution. Allmendinger clearly the leader.
And then he'll get to control this next restart, which is going to be critical.
That was 2 great passes for the lead on both of them part. Man, that lap up through the inner loop was just amazing. Those drivers going up through the S's where you can't go side by side running that fast. You're not supposed to be able to. They did it. It's just amazing. And then for AJ to have it within him to get calmed down within a half a lap and make that move coming back and then retake the lead down into turn 1.
When you see a driver sitting in this car like this, just been through that intense competition, now shut down under the red flag. When I see somebody with their hands folded across their stomach, I just think, oh, my stomach hurts. I know that's probably not the case there, but
or it could be.
What are you thinking and feeling?
Well, I think he's probably thinking, why did that have to happen behind me? I just made a great move to get this lead back. I had him where he didn't have much going on as far as coming back and catching me right there. So you're playing this through your mind again. Okay, I got beat on that last restart. How am I going to keep him behind me on this next one?
Red flag out for the 3rd time in this race. And another restart still to come between A.J. Allmendinger, Marcos Ambrose, and the outcome of this race very much in the balance. Another big cleanup here at the Glen. Cleaning up here at Watkins Glen. The track services crew has sure gotten a workout today. Rebuilding a section of guardrail earlier and now replacing those safety barrels protecting the end of the pit wall after Denny Hamlin crashed into them. putting the caution out and stopping what was just a spectacular one lap of racing from a restart. Marcus Ambrose and A.J. Allmendinger really putting on a show here, and worth another look that whole lap.
Oh, it's definitely worth at least one look. Just incredible to watch these two drivers perform from the very beginning of that restart.
Ganfield sitting under the red flag, this time out on the backstretch. And while they work to clean up at the pit barrels, the drivers just wait for the word that the race is going to resume and conclude. This is that superb lap of action.
Yeah, really, Ambrose just made a great move to get to the inside. AJ thought that if he could just carry the speed in there, he kind of slid out. But this is just I can't express to you just how difficult this is going up through here at well over 140 miles an hour. Just how little room there is. Ambrose having it in him, not only to be racing the 47, but to know that the 41 was there trying to make a move behind him too. They go through the grass, through the dirt.
And that turn that's given Ambrose a little difficulty. Allmendinger got a big run at him off that corner, and by the time they got around to turn 6 and 7, he was right there. Look at him closing in.
Yeah, that's where the 47 really made a good move there. He closed up nicely, and then they pretty much even here breaking into this last corner, turn 7. But we can see Ambrose having to chase his car out. He wasn't as low. You can see AJ take it to the inside.
Yeah, it looked like the rear tire slipped just a little bit getting into that last corner on the 9 car, and he wasn't able to get the acceleration off the corner. Then they're still arguing about that spot when they get to turn 1 and the caution comes out.
Watch this action right here. Watch these cars. Look at them. I don't know how they kept them on the racing surface the time that they did.
Well, they're almost on it.
Look at it. This is just incredible here. You can see Ambrose trying to get down in there. The little contact, though, you can see he was getting in so far. It got his car a little bit loose under the braking.
Dinger didn't give him a whole lot of pavement there, did he?
No, sure didn't. Yeah. Time to win, though.
Absolutely. So they're cleaning up again under another red flag, and gives us time to check into the Quicken Loans ESPN pit studio.
When they were going through the inner loop on that last one, I think I said, one of you is going to have to give. Otherwise, neither one of you is going to win this race. Brad, obviously, a little biased in this particular situation. When we get back to this next restart, both drivers, Marcus and AJ, have strengths and weaknesses on the track. Break it down a little bit.
Yeah, I've been watching it pretty hard. It looks like Marcos, that very last time, now aggressively driving down to the turn 1 alongside AJ. We actually wheel hop that number 9 car, which leads me to believe that he doesn't have as good of brakes as AJ has in that car. And when Marcos got off the last turn, the very last turn here, he got loose. So I saw 2 weaknesses in Marcos' car. Now AJ, I saw a lot of good things. I saw him really sail it down into turn 1. That car was under control under braking, Brad. But I'll tell you, he was really, really in control off the carousel in that last turn, better than Marcos.
Yeah, he was. And these are 2 of the best road racers. We all have been talking about this all day long, so we expect fireworks. So I'm really watching Kurt Busch. I think he's in the catbird seat. I think if he can be patient, especially when we go back here, there may only be a couple of laps to race. If he can just be patient and let these 2 fight it out for that spot as they get down to 1, he may be able to come out on the other end in first place.
Don't forget about Carl Edwards either.
Carl's
he did
driving
win
really well
the race in Sonoma, and
That's
he
right.
is still there right now.
I started to say, remember back in lap when we had when they all pitted on 52, we're all, can they make it? Can they make it?
Yep.
And Allen's going, well, statistically, they should have a lot of cautions. Well, guess what? There's been enough cautions right now that everybody back in that original fuel strategy was going to make it. Now the 99 is going to make it. The 16 car looks like he's going to make it. Your guy would have made it if it had stayed out, and so would have Marcos with all these cautions.
Well, the good news is, at least for the 47 camp, Allmendinger once again controls this restart. Doc?
Yeah, Nicole, when you look at A.J. Allmendinger inside the car sitting here, he is total focus. He is completely in the zone. Now, some drivers like to be talked to in the final laps. A.J. is not one of them. In fact, the crew saw this shot a moment ago, and they tried to talk to A.J., and he reached up and unplugged the radio from his helmet. They know he doesn't want to hear from them. He doesn't want motivation. He doesn't want commentary from a crew chief. When they roll again, he'll plug it back in so we can hear it from the spotter. He's been giving them one-word answers. They say, how's the car? He said, fine. He wants to be left alone so he can focus and be in the zone and do what he has to do these final few laps. Vince?
Well, remember we had that last restart. We were talking about Carl Edwards and Jimmy Finney rolling the dice, gambling a bit. You were short a few laps initially. How are you on fuel now with all these yellows? Good enough?
Yeah, we're good right now. Like I say, we rolled the dice. We gambled. Looking last year, there was a lot of yellows at the end. So here we go again. We got some more yellows, and that put us good on fuel.
We know what's at stake for the 9 and the 47, and that's spot potentially in the chase if they can bring home a win. You're sitting in that second row. How aggressive should Carl be as those two battle it out up front?
Well, I think Carl's going to watch them guys battle out and take advantage of what's going to happen there if something happens. But they're all good road racers, you know, and we're in a spot right now to see what's going to happen.
Good job today. Dave?
Vince Daniel Canales calls a shot for Kurt Busch today. His nickname is the Outlaw. How are you doing as the gambler today?
I think we're doing okay. You know, we've had a pretty good strategy. Things have fallen in our favor, so I think we've been sitting in a pretty good position most of the day.
Earlier, you said close on the fuel. Now with the way it's looking, possible overtime, how far can you go?
We think we got a few laps in reserve. You know, it's always tight here. It's hard to save gas here, but we think we should be okay.
And you and I were talking road course racing this morning. How fun is it to go road course racing with Kurt Busch?
It's a lot of fun when you have a great driver. You know, it can be frustrating when you have all these cautions and cars get tore up, kind of like a super speedway in that respect. But when you got a great driver, that's a big ace up your sleeve.
You were talking earlier today, Alan, and one of the things you said was Kurt brought a lot to the program, ideas, opposite things that he hadn't tried before, and some of them were working out today.
A great drive and a great run for Kurt Busch, sitting in third position in that mix there with Carl Edwards, Marcus Ambrose, and A.J. Allmendinger. Well, cleaning up the big mess at the entrance to the pit lane as the field sits under the red flag, and still a race to be concluded. Based on what we saw after that last restart, this is a don't miss it moment. Now the fans that jammed into Watkins Glen International today have gotten an afternoon out of it, that's for sure, an extended afternoon. In the third red flag of the race, had an hour and 27 minutes worth between two connected red flags earlier, and now in another stoppage as they work to replace those safety barrels and clean up the sand and gravel at the pit entrance. Been a very eventful day here at the Glen. Just joining us, take you back through what you missed. You missed a lot. Just 9 laps into the race, Cole Whitt. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Had a rear brake issue right here. They didn't work. That's a real issue. And sent him down into the tires down in turn 1. As you can see, climbed from his car okay.
At a place where you enter the corner at 160 miles an hour. Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, a couple of the pre-race favorites. Not been their day. Kyle has had a couple of problems on the day that left him with a damaged race car.
Well, they had to make a pit stop. They took some equipment out of the pit box. There was a penalty for that. Got a lap down, tried to fight his way back up. Got into this little skirmish and tore the car up pretty good.
Spent time in the garage. Kyle's 21 laps down in 40th place. Jeff Gordon started on pole, dominated the early going, he and Marcus Ambrose, but then suddenly the car just quit. That was at lap 50. Electrical problem on the 24 car. They had to diagnose, repair, and replace. Gordon is 4 laps down in 34th place. Here's a real highlight moment of the day. Huge crash at lap 55. Ryan Newman, 31. Michael McDowell, 95, between turns 5 and 6.
Yeah, just hard racing off the exit of turn 5 there. You can see the aftermath of that. Car's torn up completely, but driver's okay.
Yeah, also the Armco barrier was destroyed in that section. It took basically an hour and a half to fix it.
So we got into the late going, and after fuel to the finish was taken out of the equation by a rash of these late cautions, the restarts and the racing between A.J. Allmendinger in the 47 and Marcos Ambrose in the 9 has been hard-nosed and spectacular.
Yeah, just amazing. You can see here this time A.J. Allmendinger was able to get a little bit of a gap. Thought he had things going well, but a caution happened right behind him. And then the next one, Ambrose was ready for a little something here.
Well, there's a little crossover move in turn 1. Gets side by side up through the S's where you're not supposed to be able to carry this kind of speed.
Two guys doing extraordinary things in this part of the racetrack, bouncing off each other, trying to keep them gassed up.
They're having to do all of that, change gears at the right time, and then, glance in the mirror and see that somebody else is coming at you pretty quickly. And then Ambrose just out breaks them all into the corner.
Watch that racing up the hill through the S's from aboard the 47 car with Allmendinger.
Corner, all clear. Right on your right side corner. Right side corner. Right side even. Right side even. There you go, buddy. There you go. Clear about 4 out back. Just you and then 9. 4 to go. Still on your left. Still on your left. Left corner. All clear. Clear about 4. Hit your marks here. You're way better than he is. Hit your marks.
Now that's some racing
Caution's
right
out.
there.
Caution's out.
Hit your marks, don't hit the pace car.
Yeah. The other thing that came to my mind right there, and I don't mean to slide anyone out there that's watching this, but all of you armchair drivers that sit there and say, oh, I could do that, I hope you just realize that no, you couldn't, because these guys are the very best at it, and just how difficult that was. That is tremendous.
I was fascinated when they were coming up off the top of the S's and going down the backstretch, and the cars made contact a couple times, and you saw that wheel just jump in Allmendinger's hands, and he's got a handful of steering wheel, looking up, looking over,
grabbing gears,
got a gear shift lever,
brakes,
and looking for his mark for entrance into that corner.
Yeah, it would have been very easy up through those S's, because you do have to shift into high gear to over-rev it, because you're sitting there not wanting to take a hand off the wheel, but you have to do that and thinking about what to do and don't want to lose control.
And the trick to that is they get into that bus stop having to blurt the throttle while they're downshifting and downshift 2 gears to get into there with people jammed up on both sides. Yeah, that was incredible.
And Ambrose runs through the grass, so Allmendinger has no choice but to follow him because he's following in his tracks. So he had to go wherever he was. Just amazing stuff.
Well, there's the king. One of the owners of the 9 car and one of the owners of the 47 car is downstairs in the pit studio.
That would be Brad Doherty, JTG Doherty Racing. I do like what you just said.
What's that?
No matter what happens today, he did really well.
He's done a great job today. I'm really proud of AJ and the whole race team. They've done an outstanding job. They've come, we came here and tested, and we had a goal, and so far we've come and we've exceeded our expectations at this point. I just want to get a good top 10 finish, but these guys are fighting for a win. I'm proud of them.
Buddy, I don't know what's going to happen here, but I do know one thing. This is as nervous as I've ever seen you in my entire life.
Yeah, I'm
You're doing really good.
I'm driving the heck out of this chair right here.
I do think the pit studio might fall over on this next restart. In terms of what a win would do for your organization, can you put it into words?
The one thing that's great about our little race team is my partners, Tad and Jody Geschecter. Tad is the hardest working guy in the garage. So sponsorship-wise, he does a wonderful job providing platforms and marketing opportunities that give us dollars to race. But it would be a great reward for our business partners to have an opportunity to go to Victory Lane. And we feel like we're a top 20 race team. I know we haven't shown it in the last several years, but we feel like we're a darn top 20 race team. And a win today will go a long way towards proving that. To be a single-car team and to be fighting these big guys and have a chance to be inside, or to win when these guys got 3 and 4 and 5 different race teams, we got one little race team. We're here trying to kick their behinds today.
Where do you feel, because it's not just at this particular
Sure.
track, where else do you feel?
Yeah, AJ's really good at Atlanta. We got Atlanta coming up. Anytime it gets slick and greasy, he's really good. Excellent there. Dover's a good place. Martinsville. We got some good racetracks coming up for us.
I asked that of you because when we talk about Marcus Ambrose, Alan, you have to think about Bristol. So this might not be their only chance to get into the chase.
Not their only chance, but I think everyone will agree, even Brad, for both, this is their best chance between now and the Richmond cutoff race.
Yeah, going into a green-white checker from the front row.
Yeah.
I think this is an opportunity that both of them are going to try to take advantage of.
So the field fired up. 20-minute red flag there, wrapped up. And they're going to come by the opening of the pit road. Pit road will be open this time. And I suspect we're going to go racing with 2 laps to go in the scheduled distance of this one. And you see the numbers on Ambrose. Oval track versus a road course. He obviously comes from a background of road racing, and the challenge of transitioning to oval track racing is one he took and he's done fairly well with. It is a big challenge.
Yeah, it really is. And just speaking to him a couple weeks ago, just how difficult this is as he came to this, expecting that he could catch on, and just how different it is and how difficult this series is against the very best drivers.
Well, it's going to come down to 2 laps, unless we get another yellow before we see the white flag. And then we might be looking at a little overtime, and then all this fuel saving might turn out to be extraordinarily necessary and could add another little twist to the plot. Like there hasn't been enough today already, and probably the best still yet to come. Back live, Watkins Glen International, the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, going to decide this Cheez-It 355 at the Glen, likely in 2 more laps, although the possibility of extra racing certainly looms as a possibility. A.J. Allmendinger, 47, Marcos Ambrose, 9, have waged a titanic fight for the lead in this last little while. And now there's going to be one more restart where they will fight for that #1 spot. See who can come out on top for what would be an absolutely huge victory for season-long implications. Ambrose's team talking about it.
Yeah, I mentioned it to him. He really went door to door on the 41 to try and get P3, so I'm not sure what he'll cut us, but I'll talk to him anyway.
And just tell him what race before he,
99's aware, but 99 wants to win.
What, 99 wants to win too?
The ties between the Richard Petty Motorsports team and Roush Fenway Racing. I think Marcos is probably looking for a little help getting in line inside of Carl Edwards in case he can't get alongside Allmendinger, but
I wouldn't count on it.
Carl's here to win.
Yeah, Harvick's there too. How about Kyle Larson there in 6th spot? We haven't had a chance to talk about him because all of this up front, but he's done a terrific job as a rookie here today.
So here we go. With 2 laps of racing left in the scheduled distance. A.J. Allmendinger, 47. Marcos Ambrose, 9. Which one of them wins the race? Or will it be somebody else? Kurt Busch by Carl Edwards for 3rd. Already physical between the front 2.
Great job by Allmendinger on that restart there. He used up all the track he could to keep the 9 behind him.
Yeah, and the 9 did all he could do to try to get a fender up alongside. And he might have it here.
Up, a little contact. He's got him out of the groove.
Pushed him up the track.
Right side. He got him. Just you and him there.
Not over yet, though. It's a left-hander coming up. Allmendinger's in the best spot.
Not giving Ambrose any pavement to work with there. Allmendinger holds the lead. Here they come to the white flag. 1 more lap to go.
Hit your mark, buddy. Hit your mark.
Ambrose's going to have to hold on to the 2nd spot. All this is not going to matter.
White flag right here. Clear by 4. Hit your mark, man. Hit your...
Kyle Larson up to 5th place. Make it 4th by Carl Edwards. Ambrose holds off Kurt Busch. He's got half a lap to try and find a way to run down Allmendinger.
Yeah, that last corner, turn 7, was the corner that's going to be the end for Marcus Ambrose, I believe. I don't think he can get to Allmendinger.
The final straightaway. And 2 final turns. What a drive, what a race, what a victory. A.J. Allmendinger is a NASCAR Sprint Cup Series winner.
You are on. I love you guys. Thank you.
What can you say about that?
That's just incredible.
Yeah, you talk about well-earned. I mean, he went toe-to-toe, door-to-door with the best right there on this road course and came out ahead.
I tell you, I saw a lot of want to right there. He wheeled that car to the front.
You saw the
Oh, he's happy. Look at him. Look at the emotion.
Ryan Burns. Well, the restart came with 2 laps to go, and there was lots of action right from the drop of the green flag till the checkered.
You can see both of them kind of playing a cat and mouse game here. Ambrose ready to go right there. Allmendinger waited to that moment, took off.
Drew Blickensderfer saying he left before he got to the restart zone. Then the outer loop, the carousel, and that run up to turn 6 that probably decided the race.
Yeah, for Allmendinger to hang on there and be able to get back in the gas and stay up beside of Ambrose, that was huge. That was the point here, because that gives him the advantage here into turn 6, the left-hander. And this is the part where Ambrose got it, everything went away for him. You see him get loose once again, like we saw earlier when he lost the lead after taking it on a previous restart.
Our Goodyear Superior performer, the winning driver.
Awesome, man.
What it means to win. Dave?
Marcus Ambrose finishes second today. Describe those final laps.
Well, first of all, congratulations to AJ, because he really deserved that win, because I was giving it everything I had to rattle his cage, and he was stood the pressure, and congratulations to him. But we had a great day on the Stanley Ford. I made a really small mistake leaving pit lane, sort of half stalled it leaving the box, and I think that was the difference between being the victor today and second place. But just really proud of my Stanley team. We put a lot of effort into this race. We knew it was a great shot for us to make the chase, and it's close. You know, really, I'm pretty disappointed just because, you know, so much to win, so much effort. But congratulations to AJ.
Drew said he'd be seeking an explanation from NASCAR about the final restart. Did you think it was fair?
He'd been messing around on those starts the whole time. Yesterday, the nationwide race, they gave me a warning, and they let him have 3 or 4 bad ones. But it didn't change the outcome of the race. We raced each other to the line, and he was a winner.
Great run today for Marcus. Second place. Alan?
Dave, thanks. And for Marcus Ambrose, the disappointment. For AJ Allmendinger, what a thrill. The little team that could. And the team owner taking down the house.
Go get him, Big Brad.
Yeah, congrats, Big guy. Oh, my goodness.
Too fun. So what it means, Allmendinger's now inside the chase grid. And one fewer spot for the drivers who haven't yet won to try and get in on points as we work down now to the final 4.
Yeah, it's going to make winning in these next 4 weeks even more important once again.
Victory Lane is presented by Pennzoil. Going to be some happy people down there.
AJ, you did it. You did it. After all you've been through the past couple of years, what does this mean to you?
First off, all of our condolences here at NASCAR, this whole NASCAR family, for the Ward family.
racing with heavy hearts today. I can't imagine what they're going through. So we're a community here. We're all thinking about you. My gosh, I can't believe we won a NASCAR Sprint Cup race. Oh, with this whole 47 team, Tad Geschichter and Jody Geschichter, Brad Doherty, all the great sponsors we have, our first Cup victory together, my first victory. I love these guys. I just wanted it so bad for them, for this team. They deserve it. They work so hard, and I wasn't going to let Marcus take that from me. I hope the